Get ready to hear the truth about America on a show that's not immune to the facts with your host, Dan Bongino.
All right, welcome to the Dan Bongino Show. Producer Joe, how are you today?
Hey, man, I'm doing good. Doing good. Thanks.
You're doing better now that you cleared that hairball before the show. I don't know what that was,
Yeah,
folks.
it was
Gosh. We only had an outtake for the horrible sound effects, so you'd never listen again. Sheesh! But thanks to Joe for doing that before the show. We really appreciate that. Joe had to cough up a massive hairball.
Yeah, I got it out of my Disgust-O-Matic 300 over here.
Oh my gosh! There's always a lot to talk about. Right before I came on the air, Mike Pompeo gave a speech, a pretty important foreign policy speech, literally right before I came on the air, over in Egypt. Fascinating. I'll get to that, but I want to get to a bunch of other stuff too. Yesterday was a tremendous day for news. A lot of good stuff, a lot of bad stuff, especially the New York Times, which blew it again on a major hoax collusion story. The New York Times just can't seem to get out of their own way. All right, today's show brought to you by our buddies at iTarget. Ladies and gentlemen, the iTarget Pro system is the finest system out there for increasing your proficiency with a firearm. If you own a firearm, two things matter: your skill, ability, and proficiency with it, and safety. Now, one of the best ways to increase your proficiency with a firearm, God forbid you need to use it to save your life or the life of your family, one of the best ways to do it is to do a dry fire exercise. What is dry firing? Dry firing is when you safely unload a weapon. You check it twice, you check it 3 times, and you depress the trigger on a safely unloaded weapon pointed downrange. You may say, well, what's the point of that? Why would you want to dry fire your firearm?
Yeah.
The reason is without the recoil and without the ammunition being fired off, and to pick up your trigger. They cannot give Trump a victory on anything. Their activist donor base, their allies, the liberal Looney Tunes, the socialists, they can't stand Donald Trump. He is the embodiment. He is the Nosferatu. He is the Dracula, the vampire of the Democrat liberal movement right now. They cannot stand Trump. They are expected by their donor activist base and their now a virulent radical base who can't stand Trump no matter what. They are now expected to go against anything he does. That's why this government shutdown is still going on. Believe me, folks, the Democrats don't care about this $5 billion for the wall. I'll get to all that in a second. All they care about right now is doing what their volunteers and donors want them to do, which is do anything that fights against what Donald Trump wants.
Right.
Why was this foreign policy speech a genius tactical move? Forget about the overall points. I get it. There are a lot of significant disagreements on foreign policy within the Republican Party. I understand that. Point stipulated. That's not what this segment is about. It is about the sheer political genius of doing this speech now during the shutdown. The takeaway from the speech from Pompeo, Joe, is that the United States is a force for good in the world. What are the Democrats going to say? This was genius. By the way, everyone's going to be forced to carry this speech. Pompeo's the Secretary of State. You can't ignore it. What are the Democrats going to do now? Now when they're being interviewed, think about this, right? About how evil Donald Trump is and with regard to the shutdown. He wants to shut down the United States. A wall is immoral. They're going to say, what do you think about Mike Pompeo's speech? Every Democrat lawmaker, talking head on cable news is going to be asked about Mike Pompeo's statements about the United States being a force for good in the world. And Joe, what are they going to say? Donald Trump is evil. He doesn't like immigrants in foreign countries. How do you feel about the United States being a force for good? Hold on. Focus. Someone give me a focus group. Rescue me, please. Folks, see the genius. I really get a kick out of it when sometimes even some pro-Trump crowd people themselves, they sell Trump short. I'm not saying, obviously, that he's without error or without sin or anything else, or he's been the ideal politician all the time. Mm-hmm. Nobody has. Everybody makes mistakes. Even skilled politicians screw up once in a while. But no politician in modern American history has been undersold on sheer political talents like Donald Trump. None. This was a genius political move. You understand what I'm saying, right, Joe? Now, every Democrat lawmaker on TV is going to be on, obviously, about the shutdown. They will likely be asked as well about Mike Pompeo's speech in Egypt. Mm-hmm. The takeaway being the U.S. is a force for good. They will be forced to argue in the same talking head appearances on CNN and NBC. On one hand, how Donald Trump is the very embodiment of evil, but on the other hand, how his policy speech to his Secretary of State about the U.S. being a force for good was really a good thing. Or if they don't, brilliant is right. Or Or they'll be forced to argue, or if they go against them, how the United States is really an awful, horrible place and is a force for evil in the world. Good luck with that as they get you on tape for your 2020 runs for president. You get it, Joe?
Yeah.
As the audience ombudsman, it's a genius move. The same Democrats running for president, getting on cable news, running out there to impeach Donald Trump and everything, are going to be forced to acknowledge in cable news interviews that America is, in fact, a force for good in the world, as Donald Trump is the president. It was a beautiful move. So it's really politically genius. Hat tip to the Trump administration. All right, moving on. That just happened right before we got on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, with regards to this shutdown, I am deadly serious when I tell you this. We are ready for this fight. I am regret the fact that some of my former coworkers in the Secret Service and others who really do work their butts off and literally put their butts on the line every day for us, that you are caught in the middle of this. I mean that. I'm not always a big, Lindsey Graham, I'm up and I'm down with Lindsey, but he did say that, you know what, we're sorry you've been put in the middle of this. But this is a fight, an existential fight for the country. Oh, wow, that's dramatic, Dan. No, it's not, folks. I tweeted out last night, stand tall, Mr. President. We are with you. You're doing the right thing. And I asked people to retweet it. I woke up this morning. It's been retweeted 20,000 times. I was actually stunned. I wasn't doing it for followers on Twitter, I assure you. I just wanted to express a debt of gratitude for the president and his staff for not folding, whereas weaker Republicans would have done this during this shutdown. This shutdown is about one thing now. Now, Joe, some of you may be thinking, you included, maybe saying, yeah, it's about a border wall. Nope. That is absolutely not what this is about. The Democrats don't give a damn about the border wall.
No.
Trump does care about the border wall, but this isn't about this to him either.
I'd say control.
Yes.
That's what it's about, baby.
Now, don't mistake what I'm saying.
Huh?
This border wall matters to Trump. He ran on it. It obviously matters to him. He knows it matters to his base.
Big time.
But that is not what this is about right now. This is about political control and exerting your ability to move the masses and political power. If we forfeit this fight and we lose, ladies and gentlemen, I don't see any coming back anytime soon. We are ready from this fight, and I ask you right now, if not now, when? If you don't have the guts and the gusto, I'm talking to Republican lawmakers, with all due respect, this is no time for us to get wobbly or pick intra-party fights, excuse me. But I am begging you. I know some of your staff listen. I know some of you listen with all due respect, and I mean that with all due respect. I'm not trying to be silly like it's said often. You won elections. I get it. You're up there. You represent your constituents. Do not fold on this. This is the fight. If not now, when? There should be no retreat. No weakness, no wobbly knees, no sweating, no running your fingers through your hair and these anxious trying to get the, oh my gosh, let me chew on my fingernails. Stop. Stand tall, chest out, retract your scapula, chin up, and fight this fight now. This is the fight. Joe is absolutely right. This is about control and exerting raw political power. We have got to win. We cannot lose this shutdown fight. Folks, the Democrats are on the wrong side of nearly every critical issue to the United States right now.
Yeah.
Acquiescing and folding now and acknowledging that they took the political high ground when they didn't, when they are undermining the interests of the United States, is a fatal move that will cede political control from this point throughout Trump's presidency. You're going to start to hear horror stories about the government and garbage accumulating in the streets. Ladies and gentlemen, the Democrats have already shut down government a long time ago. The Democrats and their some sadly, the Republican allies who don't see the red menace. And when I say red menace, I'm not talking about communism. I'm talking about the debt, who have endlessly spent us into an abyss. I've got another comment coming up in a minute, how the Democrats have already shut down government, obstructing Trump nominees in a historic fashion. They have already shut the government down. This is the fight. There is no retreat. This is we win and you lose, no matter the consequences at this time. We cannot lose this fight. And I say to the Trump team, 2020 is a long way away. You are doing the right thing. Americans who get it will understand that the sacrifices that need to be made right now. If not now, when? This is the fight. The Democrats need to be taught a lesson in this, that they cannot bully us through the media anymore. This is about control. And I don't mean control in the socialist liberal way, government dominance over every component of your life and the diminution of individual liberty. That's not what I mean. What I mean is control, taking back the power of government, the existential constitutional power of government back to its legitimate place in our lives.
Yes, sir.
Which is diminishing the power of government. And the only way to diminish the power of government is going to be to teach the Democrats through this budget fight that they cannot bully us into spending us into a liberty-sapping abyss. They need to learn this lesson now, that we are not going to give up, that the base is behind him, that the Republican lawmakers are behind him in the Congress and the Senate, and we are not going to give up. There are other fights ahead, Joe. If we forfeit control now and we basically empty out and zero out our political bank account, acknowledging we were weak, and we are not, and we acknowledge we are weak, the budget fights ahead, the healthcare fights ahead, the debt fights ahead, the school choice fights ahead, the regulation fights ahead are over. The Democrats will employ this model every single time. Just shut down the government, wait for some horror stories to fold in, take some pictures of some garbage on the streets of D.C. The Republicans will fold and the country will fold with it. No, not today. No retreat. None. If I've got to wait on a line at the airport, I'll get there early. If Americans got to chip in and clean up some garbage on the streets themselves, just say what we got to do. But this is the fight. The fight is now. There is no better time. This is the fight. They need to be taught a lesson in this. And the lesson is they cannot bully us through the media anymore while slowly walking us off the debt cliff, the bankruptcy cliff, and the anti-liberty cliff where they start to diminish our values. You know, Tucker said something last night on this show. I thought it was very powerful. Tucker Carlson on the Fox News channel had me roped in. I mean, I watch Fox a lot, obviously doing some commentary on the show as well. But I have to tell you, Joe, rarely was I as roped in where my phone is down, the volume is up, and my eyes are laser beamed into the screen like they were last night. I mean it, brother. I'm not kidding.
I'm with you. I watched him last night.
Tucker's, if you saw that now that Joe is gets to sleep a little bit.
Exactly.
We'll figure more about it. I'll tell you more about that later. But Tucker did a monologue last night where he talked about, Mr. President, this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity to speak up for the unspoken for, these silent masses of people who have been told their Christian values are bigoted, who've been told that they're racist, that they're xenophobes, they're not welcome on college campuses, their love of God isn't welcome in this country, who've been told that they're only in it for them, they're not in it for the little guy, the conservative masses that have been spit on, that have been yelled at, that have been thrown off campuses. He gave examples of people who, for the very act of speaking out, have lost their jobs, have lost their livelihoods, have been humiliated in the public social media space. This is our opportunity to flash two big middle fingers and say, not today, not today. We are done. No more retreating. We are not going to be bullied around anymore. And finally, we've got a guy with cojones in the White House, with grapefruits, who says, no, we're not doing it. He walked in yesterday. He spoke to Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer for a couple of seconds and said, am I getting my border wall money or not? They said no. And he said, thanks, I'm out. See ya. Bye, Felicia. Take it easy. We are not going to fold. No retreat. You cannot retreat here. You will decimate the base. I know the president understands this. But these lawmakers, I don't think you get it. Please, the base will, the people who hate you will continue to hate you. The people on the fence will get over it. We have a lot of time. The people who are your base will evacuate en masse if you fold on this. It is a guaranteed loser if you fold. This shutdown is the fight. The Democrats have already shut down government, Joe.
Yeah.
Article in the Wall Street Journal today. They shut down government a long time ago.
Yep.
Donald Trump has nominated a number of people for key positions awaiting Senate confirmation. You want some numbers? You want to see the Democrats who care about government, who crapped all over government when Donald Trump tried to staff the very same government with appointees? Only 543 nominations, Trump nominations, have been approved out of over 900.
Oh.
At the same time in the Obama administration, 809 were approved out of 1,003. So you've nearly cut that number in half. I thought you cared about government, but you don't care about government when Donald Trump tries to appoint people, qualified people within the government, within the Democrat Senate, who are putting a hold on these Trump nominees. You're full of crap, and it's steaming right now, and you know it. You don't give a damn about government. You care about anti-Trump nonsense. This is about Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with government. The Democrats have called, they've had to issue cloture votes indicating the level of obstruction towards approving nominations for Trump appointees. Man. Up until this point in the Obama administration, there were only 12 of them. Trump, 128 cloture votes had to be issued.
Go to hell.
You're darn right, Daddy-O.
Man.
They've already shut down government. They've put us on an endless cycle of debt. Government programs. We now have a guy, House Democrat John Yormuth, I'm going to get to this in a minute, asking the CBO to issue a report about what single-payer health care would look like in the United States, but he conveniently wants them to leave out the costs. Oh, I'll get to that in a second, too. Yeah. God forbid we mention the cost of that. Another article in the Journal today. You understand this is all about fighting Trump. This has nothing to do with principles. They don't care about the border wall. They don't care about any of this. They care about Trump nominees going down because they're Trump nominees. If they were nominees for anyone else, they go through. Anything Trump says will be fought. That is the very genius of Trump and Pompeo's foreign policy speech today. Pompeo's, but representing the Trump administration. Go out and reaffirm the United States as a force for good in the world. Watch these Democrats humiliate themselves on cable news, arguing that it's not. After our bodies have been buried overseas in the defense of liberty in other people's countries. I dare you to go argue that case. Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, Julian Castro, Joe Biden, all of you soon to be nominees for potential nominees for president on the Democrat side. Go argue that case. Go argue. I want to see that. I promise Joe and I will be cutting those videos forever. Mm-hmm. We'll be playing those on our soon to launch video show here. Mm-hmm. We'll be playing those in perpetuity. Good luck with that. This is it, folks. Not now. When? When are we going to have these fights? Please understand, I don't want to be, a doomsday guy. I'm not looking to be the guy who breaks Superman's back here,
Danny Downer.
I'm not. I'm worried.
Yeah.
Our debt situation, our border situation, endless, uncontrolled migration into the United States, a government control of your healthcare system, all things that are on the table, your kids' economic future. Folks, this is all very real. This is the fight. Please don't fold. All right, I want to get to Yormuth and also how Trump's just unique approach to China is starting to break the back of what was considered once to be a Chinese charge to the future that was unstoppable. No, not so much. All right, today's show brought to you by our buddies at Filter By. Haven't seen Filter By in a while. Good to have them back. I love Filter By. Around the country, millions of Americans are turning up the furnace for the first time and spending a week freezing at night. Why? Because they neglected to change out their air filters and this system failed. This costly mistake is completely avoidable by regularly. Pompeo's the secretary. 109 were approved. I started off the show. This is all about being anti-Trump. This is all about leveraging their anti-Trump efforts to push for an anti-liberty agenda, a more expansive government, open borders, guaranteed bankruptcy, and the destruction of the republic as we know it. In case you doubt how aggressive the Democrats are going to be in the Trump era to push this new agenda using Trump as their foil, as their boogeyman, as their vampire. I mentioned before, interesting story in the Wall Street Journal today. House Democrat John Yormuth from Kentucky. asked the CBO, Joe, for a report. Let me quote this here so I get this right. He wanted a report on, quote, I'll translate this, don't worry.
Okay.
The design considerations that policymakers would confront in developing proposals to establish a single-payer system in the U.S. Oh, here we go. House Democrats already working on a government takeover of your healthcare system. They've been in office, what? Has it been a week? Yeah, I think it's been a week today, right?
Yeah.
Is this it? Yeah, last Thursday,
Yeah.
right? They've been in office a week. They're already working on ways to take the healthcare product you have now, flush it down the toilet bowl, and have you calling someone basically at the DMV to okay your chest getting cracked open. How you like them apples? That's going to be delicious, isn't it? Government bureaucrats can't even monitor a website at Obamacare are now going to be responsible for giving you approval to get your hip replaced.
That was awful.
Darn right it was. Now, that was a lot of DC speak. But let's translate this. Again, the pieces in the journal, forgive me, it's subscription only, so but I'll give you what it's about. You don't need to worry too much. What Yarmouth is saying by design considerations to develop proposals to establish a single payer. Let me read you. You know what? Let me read you another quote here, because he wants. So first, let's say he wants the design of a single payer proposal. Notice what he says. This is a fascinating caveat here, and it speaks to the very essence of the cancer of liberalism. The report, this is his request, the report would not necessarily provide CBO's estimate of the effects of any particular proposal for a single payer system on federal spending or national healthcare spending, but would, to the extent feasible, provide a qualitative assessment of how the choices with respect to major design issues would affect such spending. In other words, let me translate this for you in normal person language. Hey, CBO, give us an idea of the benefits of a single payer system, but do us a big favor. Avoid the costs at all costs. These guys serious? What do they want? What do they want? Government health care. What do they want? I didn't even, the way I said that, I didn't even, I've heard so many of those rallies, right? He wants a report on government-run health care. This is a very powerful House Democrat on a budget-related committee who wants a report on government health care, but wants the CBO, the very agency in charge of giving you the cost, to downplay the costs. He says, we don't necessarily need the costs on federal spending or national healthcare spending. Just give us kind of a qualitative assessment. Here's what they're looking to do in the Trump era again. Their entire MO is going to be to use Trump as a foil to everything's going to be anti-Trump, everything to rally their base, to push through the most radical far left agenda you have seen in your lifetime. Open borders, confiscatory taxes, unbelievably high tax rates, unprecedented debt, massive new programs, and the crown jewel of every liberal's dream is going to be government-run healthcare, because when they control your healthcare and they give you permission for your healthcare, they control everything. They literally control your life, not figuratively. Now, the journal piece goes on to describe the genius strategy here. And by genius, I mean Lex Luthor genius. I don't mean like Batman genius, just so we're clear.
All right.
Yeah. Copy? You dig?
10-4.
Here's what they want to do, according to the journal. They want to get these congressional committees going on single-payer health care, have these back and forth in front of the media, Joe, using the CBO report that largely ignores the costs, the confiscatory costs. I told you what the cost of single-payer health care. Bernie Sanders' proposal would cost $32 trillion over 10 years. That's assuming they cut doctors' pay nearly in half, and that $32 trillion would require a near doubling of your tax bill now. They don't want to talk about any of that. So he wants a qualitative assessment on what it would do. So they want to have these committees, Joe, get the TV cameras in there and start talking to the American people about all the benefits of single-payer health care. They want to keep the costs vague. That's a quote from the journal. And they want to make small alterations in the plan from the European model. So why? Why would they want to do that? The European single-payer model that's falling apart right now. Why would they want to do that? Make small alterations, Joe. Because the Democrats are smart. And again, I mean Lex Luthor smart. I'm not talking about Bruce Wayne here. Think about it, Joe. They don't want the Republicans to be able to come back on TV and start talking about all the Canadians that come into the United States, even though they've already paid through their tax dollars for single-payer healthcare in Canada to get healthcare services. They don't want people talking about the rationing, the 5% of doctors in the United Kingdom that admit on the record they know people who have died on a waiting list for healthcare. They don't want to talk about the weeks and months-long waiting list for specialists in single-payer countries. They don't want to talk about any of this. So think about the tactical genius of the Democrats' plan and this guy Yarmouth. Keep the costs vague. Talk about the benefits in front of the cameras. Propagandize the American people into thinking they want free health care, which they're going to pay double for. And make enough small alterations to the plan, Joe, that when the Republicans respond with all the downsides to the European plan, what's the Democrats' answer going to be? No. It's not that plan. It's not that plan. We did something different. The alterations are going to be minor, inconsequential. It's like me buying a Raptor and you buying a Raptor and changing the tailpipe and saying, oh, it's not a Raptor. I have a different tailpipe. Really? It says Raptor. It looks like a Raptor. No. I changed the tailpipe out.
This is like we won't know what's in it till we pass it part deux.
Yes, and where have we heard that before? Yeah. From our friend Nancy Pelosi. Baby. Exactly. That's a great point. Hide the costs. Make small alterations. Don't worry, we'll figure out the costs later. Yeah. If you like your plan, you keep your plan. Oh. You got to pass it till we'll find out what's in it. Well, that was Nancy. That was an Obama voice. But that was Nancy Pelosi said, don't worry, pass it and we'll all figure it out. I can't do a good Nancy voice. Make small alterations so that any time we introduce data showing the failure of single payer elsewhere, we'll go, no, that's not our plan. It's not a Raptor. We changed the tailpipe. Ladies and gentlemen, you almost have to stand in awe of the evil geniuses on the focus group tested side of the Democrat Party.
You got a point, dude.
They are so good at lying, at propagandizing, and at moving their agenda and using tactical components and foils to move their agenda forward, that you almost have to be like, I can't believe these people can be so devious, but they are. Introduce a single-payer plan in front of the cameras, but hide the costs, and ask the CBO to hide the costs so that you can use the CBO and say, oh, well, the CBO said it would be okay. You just asked them to hide the costs. Folks, they've never seen anything like Trump. Do you understand what Joe said before and where we were going with this opening segment, how it ties into this? If we forfeit control now and we retreat from this shutdown fight, this is not about the wall anymore. That's important. It's critical. Yes, it is of the list of needs. That is obviously number one in the shutdown fight. But the real fight is about holding on to your political bank account and control and making sure we don't fold to an increasingly aggressive liberal movement that will decimate this country if we lose now. There'll be no stopping them going forward. This is the fight today. If not now, when? When they've introduced single payer on the floor of the House and it passes? When there's a massive multi-million dollar, $100 million PR effort to convince Americans that the government should be cracking their chest open? The media's done, folks. They're not on our side. We are in this by ourselves. It is us, the base, and the president. We are in this by ourselves. This is a rogue rebellion developing within the United States for freedom and liberty. This is the fight now. They need to be shown they cannot win pressuring us in the media anymore. Tucker was right last night. This is the moment. It's about the base finally sitting there with a champion in front of us saying, yes, we won this. We were on the right side of this. This is what's coming next, folks. On the China front, this is an important story too. Ladies and gentlemen, you know I am not a fan of tariffs. I am a free trader. I know I'll always get emails on that. That's fine. I respect my audience as long as as long as you don't curse in your emails because my wife reads them. I always read them. I appreciate your feedback, positive and negative. Some of it. Sometimes people get personal. That I don't like. My skin isn't that thick, but my email's on the website. You can check it out. I am a free trader, but Donald Trump is doing the right thing right now with China. China is getting ready to fold on this, ladies and gentlemen. They have to. Donald Trump's impositions on tariffs, which again, I hate as a tool, but there's a difference. And I thought of a way to describe this morning. Tariffs as an end are a financially disastrous idea. They are, as an ends. As a means to get rid of tariffs later, they can be an effective tool if handled the right way. That's not me changing my mind. I've got no communication with the White House asking me to say anything on this. As a way to get rid of tariffs, when China has imposed significant non-tariff barriers to our trade, to get to an ends of free trade, if we have to take a little pain on this is and we can defeat them at their own game, this is the way to do it. Trump is suffocating China right now. Make no mistake. Another op-ed in the Wall Street Journal today, Joe. They are struggling bad. The Chinese official posted GDP numbers, which I talked about last week, of 6.5% are a joke. That is not their GDP numbers. They are hiding it. You're seeing balance sheets disappear. You're seeing people in China starting to panic. These tariffs, Joe, they ship now to us $506 billion worth of items they sell to us. We only ship $130 billion back. Now, that's a lot. I'm not suggesting this is insignificant. I'm not suggesting at all that those who've been hit by these tariffs, and tariffs, as I said, as an ends are a disaster. I am not suggesting at all that these are a good idea for you or that they're not impacting you. I get it. I totally get it. I'm telling you, those tariffs may be gone relatively quickly because the Chinese are suffering bad under this, and they know it. They export to us almost 5 times of what we export to them. Their products are being hammered at the border. A tariff is just a tax at the border on products from that country. You get Chinese socks that are sent over here, the price of the socks, and make no mistake, they are being paid by you. The economics of tariffs are horrible. There is no question about that. No sensible person will tell you otherwise. You will pay that tariff at the border, which makes those products more expensive, which makes them less competitive, which makes people buy less of them. Remember the pricing thing we did the other day when I opened up the show joking about the $100 a month fee? The price goes up, the demand goes down. It's an inescapable rule of supply-demand economics. Growth is slowing dramatically in China, Joe, because the prices of their products in the United States are being forced up by tariffs at the border. And what we're asking for back is a simple free trade agreement with them, a free trade deal. A free trade deal, a deal where we actually move. I'm not talking about nominal. I'm talking about real free trade, where we can scrap the Chinese stealing our intellectual property, scrap a lot of their government procurement methods, scrap a lot of the tariffs they impose on our items. For the first time in a long time, it appears we're making progress here. The Chinese can't compete with us, folks, and Trump knows it. You know what GDP per person in China is, Joe?
No, what is it?
$10,000 per person.
Whoa.
You know what GDP per person in the United States is? $62,000.
Oh.
They cannot compete with us. We are an economic powerhouse. They are struggling right now. This is the time to move in. Why am I bringing this up in terms of the original conversation we had? Because again, ladies and gentlemen, the Democrats know this. They understand fully that the Chinese have been decimating our industry for a long time. They have been decimating our industries by stealing our technology products and imposing a lot of non-trade barriers on companies operating in China. The Democrats know this, but they will not come out and acknowledge finally as the Chinese, just so you understand what the end game is, the Chinese are, I said we were winning. You're probably saying, how? You haven't said anything yet. The Chinese are coming back to the table for some very high-end talks. Ladies and gentlemen, the people I'm talking to know the Chinese are hurting right now. They are going to have to fold on significant portions of this deal moving towards legitimate free trade. We are winning this. But we're losing it at home because a lot of the Democrats out there, again, being held back by their volunteers, their radical liberal volunteers and donors, will not give Trump a victory on anything. Ladies and gentlemen, the Democrats are on the wrong side of nearly every issue right now. They are using Trump as a foil. We cannot lose this fight right now. All right. I got so much to get to today. All right, let me knock out this last one because we have great companies that pay to be here, keep the show free for you. We're always grateful for their support. WaxRx, not dismissing the freshman congresswoman as an afterthought. A lot of people are, folks. They don't take her seriously. They laugh. They say, oh, she constantly gets the numbers. She does. She's been fact-checked and has been wrong on a large portion of her bold legislative proposal. She's gotten basic facts wrong. Folks, I don't know how to tell you this because I don't want to say it in any kind of laudatory, self-congratulatory way. I think having been on the other side and worked in the White House and seeing congressmen and people come in and out and watching how people work behind the scenes, you can sense charisma right away and how people will excite the masses. Again, I don't mean that in any kind of pat on the back way. You can see it. I bet if you asked 100 White House staffers and Secret Service agents if they saw Barack Obama coming for miles, they'd tell you, "Oh yeah, we knew back at the DNC when he spoke at John Kerry's nomination for president, the Democrat National Convention. Everybody knew he was going to be a rock star on the left, not by us." I've told Joe the story 1,000 times. I called my wife after that speech and said, "Oh, this guy's big trouble." Huge trouble. My wife remembers the conversation like it was yesterday. Folks, Barack Obama's facts were wrong too. Barack Obama was, even when he was president, if you like your plan, you could keep your plan. He was the guy who wasn't for gay marriage until he was. We live, sadly, in a post-fact society right now. Try to argue with a Democrat about tax rates or the effects of single-payer health care and watch them just make stuff up. We live in a post-facts society. The fact that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez gets a significant number of major figures wrong by a long, it's not even like she's off by $1 trillion. Well, the Pentagon budget, she was off by about $20 trillion. Whole federal budget's only $4 trillion. She is very charismatic. We used to call it in the Secret Service when we had good agents, the trifecta. Look the part, act the part, talk the part. Agents who'd show up and you'd be impressed by them. Dress nice, look nice, they talked the part, they gave good briefings, and they acted the part. They knew it. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez gets those three right. You may say, oh, why, Dan, you're putting way too much. No. You are making a terrible mistake if you downplay the importance of the freshman congresswoman on the liberal movement in the United States. Let me give you on this. Forget that they don't get any of the facts right. It doesn't matter. They understand that politics is a game of political bank accounts, making deposits and deposits by charismatically giving speeches and convincing the masses you're on the right side of what they believe in, even when they don't know what they believe in at times because the facts you're putting out there are all wrong. These are significant players in the far left lurch of the Democrat Party. Do not underestimate them. Do it at your own peril. I bring this up because there is going to be a call, like Cortez did, for a move towards Sweden and Sweden-type socialism. Sweden is not a socialist country. Socialism, for the 10,000th time, is where the government controls the means of production, the distribution of products, services, and the production of those services. They control the factories. They control the employees. That is what socialism is by definition. Sweden, Norway, Denmark are free market economies. Yes, they have big governments. That's an argument we can have. We are not arguing socialism versus capitalism in Sweden. You should be confronting them every time they say that, liberals you run into. It is an argument about the size of government. It is not an argument about socialism. Socialism is a deadly, pernicious system where the government controls the means of production and imprisons or executes people who disagree. Fascinating piece in the Journal today about Sweden and, quote, socialism that isn't socialism. Joe, Sweden was one of the freest economies in the world up until and around the 60s and 70s, where there were some rumblings about a bigger role for the government with it. They were never socialist, but there were some big implementations of big government programs, and Sweden started to move away from their free market economy with a heavier role of the government inside that economy. Let me read to you from this Wall Street Journal piece so you understand just how damaging the socialism, as they call it, was. Before its socialist experiment, they were not socialist. The authors, he gets that, but you get what I'm saying. Before its socialist experiment, Sweden had a smaller government sector than the United States. By the early 1990s, government spending and transfer payments ballooned to 70% of gross domestic product, and debt had increased to 80% of GDP. Between 1966 and 1974, Sweden lost 400,000 private jobs. This is as the government's role in their economy increased, proportionate to 16.7 million jobs in today's United States. Before Sweden's lurch towards the left and their expanding big government, Joe, they were one of the richest countries in the world with the fourth highest GDP per person in the world. After the implementation of the very big government programs Ocasio-Cortez and others on the left want, they dropped to 14th. 14th from 4th. In the 1970s, when the 60s and 70s, when Sweden implemented big government programs, they went from one of the richest countries in the region to 1 percentage point lower than the average growth rate in Europe and 2 percentage points in growth lower than the growth rate in the United States. In other words, as Sweden expanded the role of government, jobs were lost, the growth rate sunk below the average in Europe over there, and they dropped from the fourth highest country in the world, GDP per person, to 14th. Now, Sweden has been making some moves back towards free markets and a lesser role of government. They've implemented some school choice models. They're reintroducing some form of private insurance. They have been shrinking their national debt. And now, Joe, the Heritage Foundation, due to those changes, a conservative think tank, now rates Sweden's freedom to do business, their economic freedom index, they're higher than the United States. They're 15th. We're 18th. Folks, you're being lied to. You're being lied to by a party that is using Trump as a foil to rip the Democrat Party farther and farther to the left. Farther to the left than we've ever seen. They're using Trump as a foil, folks. If we lose this fight now, you are going to see more of this. You are going to see a massive expansion of government like we've never seen. The implementation of single payer, all this stuff is on the horizon. Don't think for a second it can't happen here. All right. One final story. It's important. I wanted to get to it yesterday, but really there is just so much going on. It gets difficult to stay ahead of the news cycle. There was a major league New York Times retraction, which is they've become just experts at promoting fake news when it comes to the collusion fairy tale. The New York Times, that was funny. Oh, I can't wait for video. This is going to be great. I have a couple stories up in the show notes today. Please read them. I have a couple good stories at my website too about polling. Trump is winning this fight about the immigration fight. But there's a story from the Daily Caller, and from Legal Insurrection to websites I read often about this major screw-up, what happened. Now, you may have heard the liberals celebrating yesterday as they said, look, collusion, we got it. Paul Manafort, Donald Trump's former campaign manager, who was fired, by the way, let go by Trump despite just a short period of time being in there.
Mm-hmm.
There was a redaction in a document, a court document he had filed trying to indicate what his level of cooperation was with the Mueller team. Just follow me for a moment. In the redaction, they did it wrong. They blacked out the redaction, but they didn't. If you copied and pasted, Joe, basically the black lines over the document and pasted it onto a new document, the black lines disappeared because they didn't implement the tool necessary to stop it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, major screw up.
Yo.
So Manafort's lawyers didn't redact the document. So the media basically saw what Manafort's case was back to Mueller. And there was an indication in there somehow, and the media went wild yesterday, that they thought they saw that Manafort had provided polling data, internal Trump polling data, to a Russian by the name of, remember the names, Oleg Deripaska. The media went wild.
There he is.
So just to be clear, they screwed up the redactions in Manafort's court paperwork. In there was what they believed, at least the media, and the Times ran with the story, that Paul Manafort, while working for Trump as a campaign manager, had shared polling data with a Russian, Deripaska, we know is close to Putin. Oh, the media went wild. They were salivating on Twitter. Now, because I've been researching this case forever, Joe, what's my general rule with the New York Times? Joe already knows this, which is wait a few days for them to retract the story, right? So we held, because Joe and I are smart. I'm not doing the Lucy at the football thing. It's Lucy, right, who pulls the football away right from Charlie Brown. I always screw up these pop culture references. We were not going to get worked. So Joe and I waited. We chilled. We were on ice. And sure enough, the New York Times had to retract the story today. Read the Legal Insurrection piece about all the Democrats who lost their minds. As it turns out, and believe me, I am not suggesting Manafort's a good guy. Any of this was right, that Manafort wasn't being in some way mercenary and in it for himself. I'm simply suggesting to you the story that the Trump's campaign manager, Manafort, was sharing polling data with the Russian was wrong. It wasn't Deripaska. It was a couple of Ukrainians. Not good. But Trump fired Manafort. I don't understand what your case against Trump is.
Yeah.
He got rid of Manafort. Manafort clearly did some things and was working with some people that were unsavory. Can we just stipulate that? Democrats, you win. Manafort was not on the up and up. That's not the case we're making here. You're trying to make a case that Trump is a bad guy. Trump fired Manafort. So you see that the story was a major league screw up. There's the title of forgive me for not having this right in front of me, but I was reading so much this morning before. The headline of the Legal Insurrection piece is just classic. It's by a really great guy, William Jacobson, who does great work. I was reading it, so I was already about blockbuster Russian collusion story collapses. New York Times issues a devastating correction. You got to read it. Trump, we finally have proof he colluded with the Russians. They weren't even Russians. They were Ukrainians. By the way, even if it was Deripaska, Manafort was fired by Trump. How this reflects poorly on Trump, I don't understand. Even if it was Deripaska he was sharing the polling data with, it wasn't. The Times had it retracted. The polling data was largely public. What do you do? Send them to Google links about polls? Well, number one. And number two, Deripaska, remember the names, is largely connected to Democrats involved in this scandal. How many times do I have to tell you? Every time you hear a story about a Russian that creeps up in the Spygate case, just read my book. It is all in the book. Every chapter lays out a new connection. It's footnoted extensively. Every time you hear a Russian's name creep up, there is always a connection to the Democrats and the Clinton team. Manafort was a business partner at one point to Deripaska. Deripaska was also working with a lobbyist by the name of Adam Waldman. So if you're going to connect Deripaska to Manafort and allege that connections to Deripaska, who is a Russian connected to Putin, are a bad thing, how do you explain his connections to a lobbyist, Waldman, who was also working with Daniel Jones, who was a Democrat on Dianne Feinstein's Senate staff while she was working on a committee involved in looking into this case. Waldman is... Are you tracking me, folks? I'm trying to debunk the silliness and the absolute vacuous mainstream media's nonsense. They're suggesting to us that any connection to Deripaska, who is a Russian connected to Putin, point stipulated, makes you guilty of collusion. Yet the same Russian Deripaska is working with a lobbyist and paying a lobbyist at the same time this lobbyist is working with Christopher Steele and communicating on his behalf to Democratic lawmakers and their staffs. Waldman is on multiple texts you can read yourself. They're already out there, texting a Democrat senator from Virginia and a Clinton ally in Mark Warner, trying to set up meetings with Christopher Steele, who's working for Hillary's team. So I don't get it. Are connections to Deripaska a bad thing, or only when it's a campaign manager who was fired by Trump? What about his connections to this lobbyist that is clearly advocating for a person hired by Hillary to gin up information on Trump? Does any of that matter? Are you just making this up as you go along? Do you know that? And I bring this up in light of yesterday's show, where I discussed with you yesterday how it's incredible, mind-boggling that the media is reporting on the prosecution of Natalia Veselnitskaya, the Russian lawyer who showed up for the Trump Tower meeting, without ever acknowledging it is public information now that she was working with the company hired by Hillary to gin up information on Trump, and they gave her the talking points. Nobody's reporting that except for conservatives. It's a fact. All of these Russians are connected to the Hillary team. And granted, I have acknowledged the meeting at Trump Tower was a bad idea. Point stipulated. Don Trump Jr. has been incredibly transparent about it. He put all his emails out there. He's gone in front of a committee to ask. He hasn't deleted 30,000 emails like Hillary. When does Hillary's team get called up to ask about their connections to Fusion GPS and their connections to this Russian? When does that happen? Oleg Deripaska is a problem? I agree. Point stipulated. But why isn't he a problem? Because his lobbyist is communicating with the Democrat lawmaker on the committee assigned to investigate Trump. Why isn't that a problem? The answer is because they're Democrats. And the media are in the tank. Whatever. I mean, but on a serious, what a retraction, huh? Yeah. Manafort colluding with Russians. They're Ukrainians. Oh, sorry. Oh, we didn't realize they were different countries. I thought we were talking about the Soviet Empire. I'm sorry. We screwed up by a few decades.
I'm having a wishgasm.
That'd be a good shirt. Oh, boy. This is crazy. I'm sorry I didn't get to it yesterday. Again, I caution you strongly. Any report from the New York Times on the Russian collusion fiasco, wait a day. Let me just leave you with this final thought on what I think is happening. Let's take a minute. I told you this months ago. Remember this show, Joe, we did on the strategic leaks? Uh-huh. I am convinced someone within the DOJ is leaking information to the media that is wrong. The canary trap. They are leaking information to the media to find out who the leakers are. In other words, it's someone at the DOJ is putting out false information. I'm sure of it. That information is filtering its way through select people in the DOJ to out them. That information, which is wrong, and the person leaking it to the leakers knows it's wrong, is now doing it, waiting for the story to run and saying, oh, well, I only told that to a few people, so it had to be Tommy. Tommy's the leaker. The media can't be this dumb to consistently get these stories wrong. He's leaking to a Russian. They're Ukrainians. Oh, sorry. We're close. We were in the region, generally. This is a canary trap. It's obvious. It's so obvious, and these idiots keep getting nailed in it. That was a good show today. Yeah. I love that show. Darn, that was good. Sorry, self-praise stinks, but I had a lot of fun today. All right, folks, thanks again for tuning in. It's unfair to keep teasing it. Some of you have been asking me. We are moving to video soon. It is not going to affect, that's my big announcement. you at all. If you listen on iTunes, iHeart, Bongino.com, this show is going to be available. Same bat time, same channel. We have a video guy, a good friend of mine here today. We are doing a massive build out of my studio. Joe and I will be on camera. Mm-hmm. We will be working I'll be announcing the date. Give us a couple weeks. We want to make sure it's the top-notch tech product. We're not going to give you any glitchy kind of crap. We don't do that here. Joe's a professional, and so am I. I don't like disappointing my audience. But you're going to see Joe's Elvis-looking face. We may have some guest appearances by my stunning wife, Paula. And the show you'll have the option at some point, hopefully in the very near future, to watch it live, but you can always watch it on video on our YouTube channel as well. So that was our big announcement. I'm getting a lot of questions, including Jeremy from the Daily Wire, who tweets me every day what the big announcement is. I know you listen to the show. There's the announcement. So just give us a couple weeks. We're working out some bugs now, but it will not affect you now at all. Please subscribe to the show on iTunes. Nothing's going to change there. It's free. Helps us move up the charts. Please subscribe to our show on iHeartRadio, The Dan Bongino Show, and Spotify, SoundCloud, and elsewhere. We really appreciate it. I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks, folks. It's been a great week. Appreciate it.
You just heard The Dan Bongino Show. You can get Dan's podcasts on iTunes or SoundCloud. And follow Dan on Twitter 24/7 at DBongino.
Well, alrighty then. There we go. Dan Bongino on the motherfucking hook. Blech. Bah. 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 I got you now, fuckers. Bah. Holy hell. I want to hear that shit.
And I got it. Let's see. 2 days later. The days are running again. This is Thursday. I've been thinking maybe it's Wednesday, but it's Thursday because tomorrow's Friday. It's over later. When we get down to 15 minutes before showtime, it becomes so crunch in here that I'm amazed I keep track of what time it is even. Nevertheless, folks, we're here and raring and ready to go. Rush Limbaugh, as always, behind the golden EIB microphone. There are only two of these, one of them right here, the other one over there. And that's for when we travel. Only two of these in existence, and you have to earn them. You can't go out and buy them. The manufacturer's under orders never to manufacture one if somebody other than me requests it. 800-282-2882 if you want to be on the program. You remember when the president did his Oval Orifice address on the crisis at the border, and I said, I wish that he would take some of the video of all of these Democrats, Pelosi and Obama and Schumer and Hillary, and just replay for everybody all of the things they have said in support of paying for a wall and building a wall, and all the things they have said about the dangers involved in having open borders. And because they've all said this starting 2005 up to 2015. We played some of those sound bites yesterday. Well, the president didn't do it during his national address, but he's doing it now via Twitter. I'm telling you, you just have to love this guy. And I hope that he keeps doing things like this. He just sent out a tweet. President Obama, thank you for your great support. I've been saying this all along. And then if the video that's attached to this is the audio to it. It's audio soundbite number 7 for us here.
We now have an actual humanitarian crisis on the border that only underscores the need to drop the politics and fix our immigration system once and for all.
Stop the tape. That's where the Trump version ends, but Obama continues. Hang on, don't hit it yet. I'll cue you when I just re-cue this thing back to the top. Of course, there's no more re-cueing now with digital files. At any rate, have it ready to go from the top. Trump did not play the entire 21-second soundbite. I want you to hear the whole thing. Trump chopped it basically, and this is because of the brevity required on Twitter. He I think, chopped it when Obama had finished saying, fix our immigration system once and for all. But here is the entire thing.
We now have an actual humanitarian crisis on the border that only underscores the need to drop the politics and fix our immigration system once and for all. In recent weeks, we've seen a surge of unaccompanied children arrive at the border, brought here and to other countries by smugglers and traffickers. The journey is unbelievably dangerous for these kids.
2014, by the way, June 30th, 2014 is when Obama said that. And you notice his reference to unaccompanied children. Why, I wonder why that was. I mean, Trump and his administration have been roundly criticized for separating families. And here is the one announcing that they were arriving that way during his administration. And it's widely known, but not reported, that the Obama administration separated families, particularly those claiming asylum, as well. Nothing unique to Trump about this. So this is out there now. And Trump, I hope he continues this. While we're at it, let's continue here with our montage. We've added to it. We've made our own montage from yesterday a bit longer. Yesterday was, I think, 25 seconds. Now we got it up to 49 seconds. We've added Nancy Pelosi to our Democrats advocating the wall. Here we go.
People who enter the United States without our permission are illegal aliens, and illegal aliens should not be treated the same as people who entered the U.S. legally.
I voted numerous times when I was a senator to spend money to build a barrier to try to prevent illegal immigrants from coming in.
Those who enter our country illegally and those who employ them disrespect the rule of law. And because we live in an age where terrorists are challenging our borders, we cannot allow people to pour into the U.S. undetected, undocumented, and unchecked.
All of us agree that we need to have comprehensive bipartisan immigration reform. That can only begin with strong border control. We must have that. We must control our borders.
That's Nancy Pelosi. That's 2006, folks. That was on June 29th of 2006. Obama, the first bite, 2014. In that montage, Obama was April of 2006. And Chuck U. Schumer was in June of 2009. Hillary Clinton, 2015. So basically, starting all the way back in 2005 or 2006, up to a couple of years ago, all of these Democrats were all saying, now when it came time to vote on this, they only, like Hillary was saying, I voted to spend money. She only voted when it was safe to vote that way, meaning the Democrats were not going to carry the day. The money was not going to be allocated, but they allowed Democrats to vote in those circumstances if they needed that vote to win an election or to satisfy a constituency somewhere or a donor who was demanding something or other. So not that they made any of this happen, because none of this ever got resolved. And this is another point to make. Not a single bit of this ever got resolved. Now, here are the Democrats acknowledging this crisis. All the way back, 2005, 2006, 2009, 2015, 2016. And yet, all day on Tuesday and all day on Wednesday, all we heard from the Democrats was manufactured crisis. And all day Tuesday and all day Wednesday and all night last night, the drive-by media, manufactured crisis. Tucker Carlson put together a montage. I happened to be tuning around last night and I saw this montage. You know, I sit there and I smile when I see these. It was a montage of all the Democrats and all the media people using this, describing this as a manufactured crisis. And we started this trend way back in 1999 or 2000 when George W. Bush chose Dick Cheney to be his vice presidential nominee, running mate. And that's when the drive-bys all started saying that the choice was because of or contained gravitas. And We have put together numerous montages over the years following that one to demonstrate the tie-in between the Democrat Party and the mainstream media, that they're one and the same. And, of course, the question is, who goes first in this? Is it the media that comes up with the term or the Democrats, and then who follows? And it is my contention that in the last couple of years, it's the media leading the leftist show. It's the media leading the Democrats. They come up with something, Democrats follow. It really doesn't matter because they're all aligned anyway. And whether the media is leading the Democrats on a day-to-day basis or not, in all practical matters, they are aligned and have the same agendas and the same objectives against Republicans and against conservatives. And it's this manufactured crisis. What manufactured crisis? The Democrats were talking about the crisis in 2005 and 2006 and 2009, 2012, 2014, 2015. Manufactured crisis? They're accusing Trump of manufacturing this when no crisis exists. And here's where the Democrats are now. Pelosi, I'm sure you've heard the stories about, and the lying stories about how Trump stormed out like a petulant child in the negotiations yesterday between Pelosi and Chuck and himself and Pence. And Schumer puts out, he just stormed out like a child when Nancy told him there wasn't going to be a single dollar. He stormed out and he just threw a temper tantrum and left. And Pence, it's not true. He's passing candy around in this meeting. Where the Democrats are right now, I mean, it's no mystery why. They hate Donald Trump. They are being governed and dominated by hate. Find it fascinating. They're always the ones launching that allegation at us, but it is unmistakable, it's undisguisable, it's undeniable. They hate Donald Trump for a host of reasons. We've all discussed them. We know what they are. But hatred is a poisonous thing, and they've now gotten themselves into circumstance where, despite all of the history, we can go back, as we've done, and bring back to life all of the sound bites and all the videos of all these Democrats saying identical things that Donald Trump has said. Today, acting like they never said those things, accusing Trump of manufacturing a crisis. Their position, therefore, is we don't need to do anything. There isn't a crisis because Trump has manufactured it, and so whatever's going on at the border is okay. It's fine. We don't need to do anything about it. We're not even willing to authorize an additional dollar to shore up border security. You know, we got Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and we played the audio yesterday where she, and this is so eye-opening, it tells you how they actually feel about Native Americans, and I don't mean Indians, I'm talking about legal American citizens. Ocasio-Cortez said, the people arriving here with nothing but the shirt on their back are more American and have more in common with America than the bigots trying to keep them out. And so, as far as the Democrats are concerned, there's no such thing as illegal in this situation. There is no moral component here whatsoever. The United States needs to keep its border open and admit these people because it's our fault that we exist as we do. It's our fault we have so much prosperity and they don't. It isn't fair that we have so much and they don't. And so if they want to come make a claim on it, then we have to stand out of the way and let them. Because they are more deserving than we are. Even though we are the producers, we're the ones that made it happen. For over 200 years, I'm talking about the American people. But now all of a sudden, according to the modern-day Democrat Party, illegal non-citizens have a bigger claim on the prosperity and opportunity in this country than you or I do. And the Democrat Party is right there endorsing it. Alleging a manufactured crisis over circumstances they themselves have acknowledged and promised to fix and promised to address and promised to spend.
All right, look, You take them Doritos and you crush them up, right? And you make your ramen soup, a beef preferably, and you dump them ramens in there, along with about a quarter pound of ground beef already fried up, a little bit of shredded cheese, some mozzarella, some cheddar, a little hot sauce, a little jalapeno. Damn, that's a meal.
For many years in the past. So they're now they're stuck. They are glued. They are solidly attached to the position that there isn't a crisis, that there's nothing going wrong, that there's nothing that needs to change, nothing needs to be fixed. Everything's fine. Now, of course, this isn't true. It is a crisis. It's not manufactured. But it is a crisis they think they will benefit from. I should tell you another thing. They are more concerned, folks, with people who are not citizens than people who are. You know one of the reasons why? One of the reasons why is the Democrats know that as time goes on, more and more Americans figure them out. More and more Americans understand that they are not honest, that they don't appear before us telling us who they really are and what they're really going to do. They have to mask themselves, camouflage, the whole drill. So more and more people in this country over time become more and more understanding and educated about the Democrats. So here comes a crop, a never-ending flow of illegal immigrants that don't even speak the language, who cannot provide for themselves, and they don't care who the Democrats are, and they don't, and it's going to take them years and years and years to find out. It's a never-ending supply of lower-class, socioeconomic class people who become dependent, and it's also a supply of people that are never, ever going to figure out the Democrat Party, not in the near future. So in addition to the Democrats needing a permanent underclass economically that is always dependent, will always vote for them, they also need a never-ending supply of sheer ignorance, people because they don't speak the language, people because they're not very educated, and certainly don't have any ability to earn significant income, are never going to figure out who the Democrats are. The Democrats will find it much easier to lie to these people than it will be to continue to lie and get away with it, the American people at large. And if you think I'm wrong about this, take a look at presidential elections. They don't win every one. And Trump beat Hillary Clinton, who was supposed to be a big landslide winner. It is accurate to say that more and more Americans do finally figure Democrats out and leftists out. If they didn't, with the help of the media and all the other advantage they've got, we would already have lost and become a pure socialist dictatorship by now. But we haven't, and it's because people continue to be wise to who the Democrats are. I'm not saying that it's not problematic, and I'm not saying they're not powerful or strong. Don't misunderstand me here. I'm just saying that it's not a slam dunk they win everything. It's not a slam dunk that they fool everybody. It's not a slam dunk. And Donald Trump, God bless him, is out demonstrating each and every day how you push back against these people and how doing so succeeds. Let's take a brief time out. We'll come back and continue before you know it.
In times like these, we need him more than ever. Rush on the EIB network.
President Trump saying that he will sign and declare a national emergency for the wall. In fact, the conventional wisdom inside the Beltway is this, that eventually Trump is going to realize that Chuck and Nancy are not going to budge. That Chuck and Nancy are they're not going to budge. They're not going to authorize a single penny, much less a dollar, much less $5 billion. The shutdown's going to go on and on and on. It's going to start damaging and being harmful. So we'll say the media, and a solution will be required. That it can't go on in perpetuity. And the conventional wisdom is that Chuck and Nancy are not going to cave. That Chuck and Nancy hold all the cards, that Trump is the guy with no hand or a weak hand. Trump's going to be the one to have to cave. And the way it's going to happen is that Trump will not oppose signing the continuing resolution with no money for the wall, and then will declare the national emergency to build it. That will be the solution. The drive-bys are suggesting, and I'm sure this is with some input from nervous Republicans, because there's always, there's some Lisa Murkowskis out there. There's always going to be some nervous Republicans think that this is going to be ultimately harmful to them, and they'll be urging Trump to fix this. And so the conventional wisdom is that Trump will cave, but then to hide the cave, to hide the fact that Trump has given in, he will declare a national emergency, go get money from somewhere to build a wall, at which point the Democrats will go to a friendly court and judge and shut him down like they do on everything, and then the wall will not get built. And Trump will let it die because he will consider himself to have succeeded in showing his base that he was willing to go to the mat, willing to do everything, including declare a national emergency. But look, the courts have shut us down again. That is what the drive-by media is suggesting is on tap. That is how the drive-by media are reporting along, and I guarantee you that they've got input from Democrats and Republicans on this. This is how it's going to end. Chuck and Nancy will win because Trump will cave. To hide the cave, Trump will declare a national emergency. Trump's fans and his base will cheer loudly in support. Way to go. Should have done this at first. Then here comes a friendly judge, if I find one in Hawaii again, or American Samoa, wherever they have to go to find a judge to shut down Trump and his emergency, saying it's unconstitutional, they can't do it. And then that'll have to go to the Supreme Court to be overturned. It'll take a number of months for that to happen. Meanwhile, nothing changes on the wall. But Trump will declare victory anyway, despite no wall being built after a national. Just keep a sharp eye, because that's what they're circulating here as the eventual end to this thing. All audience expectations, Rush Limbaugh. Unrestricted energy in abundance, the EIB network. So it's not a crisis, right? It's just a manufactured crisis. We know this is all bug. By the way, there's a link to a story up on Drudge, and I've got to be very careful here, but I'm not being critical. I'm being analytical here. There's a story up on Drudge. I think it's from the Grabian website, and it's a good story. It is a list of all the things that cost much, much more than the wall will cost, much more than Trump is asking, $5.1 billion, that the Democrats have had no problem funding. And it's oddball, weird stuff. It's the mating habits of Australian rabbit bats. It's whether or not Eskimos still cheat on their wives. That kind of studies for that kind of stuff. I've always said, for half of the whatever the money they're spending on that, and blow the whistle on Palm Beach. They would have to go to Eskimo to study this. But I wonder how persuasive it is anymore. I mean, this is a tactic that we have employed, the whole time I've been doing this radio show. And I just don't know how effective it is. I'm not suggesting not to do it. Stories are worthwhile, and they do provide interesting fodder for people that want to repeat the stuff on Twitter and Facebook and so forth. But I don't think this is really about money. And I don't think that anybody out there that's paying any attention to this thinks it's about money. I don't think anybody thinks the Democrats think $5 billion is too much. It's not about that at all. The Democrats have authorized more money for this, as we've just demonstrated, since 2005. It's not about money. And maybe you could embarrass them by pointing out all the crazy things they have agreed to fund. But hypocrisy, it never seems to stick to them. And I'm talking about in terms of actually persuading voters to realize that the Democrats are a bunch of skunks. It just never seems to work. The hypocrisy never attaches. It does to us. And the reason it does to us is because back in the old days of the Family Values Party, we're out there talking about being moral and upright. And so anytime anybody in the conservative movement failed and was caught having an affair or getting a divorce, here came the drive-bys and the grammars. Bunch of phonies. Family values my ass. Look what you're doing. And it all fell apart. Meanwhile, Bill Clinton can have an affair, can have all kinds of things going on in his underwear, in the toilet, in the Oval Office, and it really did not create any opposition to him from Democrats or from the media because they were never held to the same standard. And it's one of the reasons why the character debate on Clinton, I don't think it was successful. It might have been important. It might have been necessary to do in terms of staking out our place and position in terms of things we think are important in a leader. But they just have never worked because it isn't about money. It's gotten so bad that yesterday on CNN, and this, look, don't try to find the sound for this because there is no sound to this. Yesterday on CNN, a so-called Republican analyst or strategist or whatever, Anna Navarro, during a discussion about crime and murder and rape committed by illegal aliens, began filing her nails in boredom. She essentially gave herself a manicure while the other guest was detailing the horrors of criminal activity engaged in by illegals. So it's not even a crisis of murder and mayhem and crime. And whenever it came up, here comes the supposed Republican analyst or strategist purposely acting bored and uninterested and essentially saying, you're stupid, you're crazy. This isn't a problem. Illegals are no more criminal than anybody else coming into the... And by the way, what about that comparison? This is another thing that the likes of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are saying, that the crime created by illegals is less per capita than crime committed by American citizens. I've looked. They've been touting this for I don't know how long. I can't find that statistic. They're just making that up. They're just making it up. But what if it were true? It still doesn't mean, okay, fine, let them in. There's still the law that we're dealing with that is being broken every day that nobody seems on the left or in the media to be concerned with upholding. So we come up with all of these justifications for letting people in. Yeah, they commit crime, but not as much as Americans do per capita. Oh, so the country will be safer if we let these thugs and coyotes and drug dealers, it'll be safer if we let them enter the country illegally. Is that what you're saying? And it is what they're saying. And it's on this kind of thing that I think we can be much more effective debating these people and to rather point out where the Democrats have authorized spending money that's much more than for the wall, because it isn't about the money. The Democrat Party needs to be properly positioned and explained here. They are standing in favor of the import of crime. They are standing in favor. They're standing aside and saying it isn't any big deal that murderers and rapists and drug dealers are being allowed into the country. They're saying that's not a big deal today. They don't think it's worth trying to stop. In other words, the Democrat Party needs to be portrayed and positioned as people who are perfectly fine with a distinct and unique American culture and our society becoming corrupted and perverted. The truth needs to be said about what the Democrats are doing. If they're going to sit there and act like it isn't any big deal that illegal aliens routinely come in and commit murder, I'll tell you this. All the people that have been maimed and injured and killed by illegal aliens would today more than likely be unharmed if those illegals had not made it across the border. And there's no other way. You cannot argue that. The only way you could argue that, well, Rush, that's not true because the crime and the commission of crime by Americans is far greater per capita than among illegals. Well, no, you can't say that just because some illegals would not have committed the crime if they hadn't been allowed to enter that others would have. And Kate Steinle would still be dead, in other words. Or some of these other people have been wantonly murdered. They would still be murdered, even if we had closed the border and not allowed these thugs to enter. That's basically what this situation, position the Democrats have eagerly plotted for themselves. They seem perfectly happy to own this political position that nothing bad is happening because of open borders and that we need more of it, and that they're not concerned with the crime or the cultural rot and destruction that's taking place. They aren't concerned about the rule of law being violated every time somebody is invited to cross the border with impunity. That's the position they've staked out. And why? Not because they don't want to spend money. It's because they hate Trump. We're watching Trump derangement syndrome literally picked. Necessary damage to people in this country. Things that are happening that would not be happening if we were simply obeying our own law and enforcing current immigration law. Here is a story from Gaston County, North Carolina. At 10:30 today, 3 illegal immigrants arrested with $200,000 worth of meth in Gaston County. Gaston County cops say they arrested 3 illegals, $200,000 worth of methamphetamine in their possession. Christian Cabrera Rivas, 36, Silvia Hernandez Iturralde, 29, and Marco Tulio Ramos Garcia, 35, taken into custody on Monday, January 7th, after authorities found them in possession of 2 kilograms of meth. Police say several children were present during the drug bust. They have since been taken into protective custody. Cabrera Rivas is a documented member of the street gang MS-13, which the Democrats say is no MS-13. There is no gang. Trump is making this all up. Stuff would not be happening. And the people it's happening to, it's real. And it would not be happening if we were simply enforcing the law. But the hatred for Donald Trump, you manufacture crisis. What's being manufactured here is the political positioning to deny Donald Trump anything that might benefit him and his reelection bid in 2020 and ditto the Republican Party. And the Democrat Party, is, as they always do, they're making it plain as day that the citizens of this country are bottom of the list in terms of deciding what's important and what's not, and who we're going to work for and who they get tout that the federal workers may not be able to make their mortgage payment. Oh my God! And they may be foreclosed on. Oh my God! And the food stamps. Meanwhile, look at the pain and suffering being visited on innocent people by way of illegal, alien, immigrant thugs, and you don't hear any compassion for those people from the Democrats. There is so much that they could be destroyed on here, so much they can be exploited on. I hope Trump keeps playing these videos, keeps tweeting these videos of all of these Democrats, and he's doing it as he's glad to have Obama's support. It's clever. Got to take a break. Your phone calls. By the way, have you seen this story? First time ever. Traditional masculinity deemed harmful and could lead to sexual harassment. This is from the American Psychological Association. This is not just a bunch of leftists and professors and professorettes talking about this is now an official American Medical Association claiming that traditional masculinity is harmful and leads to sexual harassment. There's all kinds of little things like that happening out there, too, that we will get to. Hang on.
Rated the #1 talk radio personality of all time, Rush Limbaugh, on the EIB network.
Great to have you with us, my friends. Rush Limbaugh and some of the, well, never mind. Let me get to the phones. Paula in Salem, Missouri. Welcome. Great to have you here. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Rush. Love you. Appreciate your program so much for many, many years. I guess I'm calling to ask for maybe a clarification of your opinion of what you believe, the conventional wisdom that you were talking about last hour. Do you believe that the president will lose in the courts if he goes the national emergency route?
No, I was not even, in all of that, I was not telling you what I think about anything. I was telling you what the media has established, along with their pals in the Democrat Party, as the conventional wisdom. And if you can find out who they're spreading it to by reading various blogs. I picked this up on a couple of blogs. So when you find bloggers reporting what they think is going to happen, you can bank on the fact that somebody's feeding them this. And what is being fed is, and this has to be coming from Democrats through the drive-by media, then it spreads from there, that eventually this is going to end with Trump caving. In other words, there is going to be a bill signed that spends money, that reopens the government, that will not have a penny in it for the wall or border security, that Trump will then declare, or maybe before this all happens, but it'll happen very near to each other chronologically, that Trump will declare the national emergency and say he's going to start building the wall with money from various places in the federal budget, at which point the Democrats will go find a judge, they'll find a court, and they will sue to stop Trump's declaration of an emergency on the grounds that he doesn't have the constitutional power to do it, that they will find a judge to agree with them because they found a judge in every single instance. The travel ban, the revised travel ban, anything Trump has done, the Democrats have gone and found some commie left-wing judge to shut him down. And they think that what's going to happen here is exactly what I just said. There will not be a penny from the Congress for the wall. Trump will then declare emergency and declare victory. He said that he will win, and they say he's setting the stage for it already by saying it's very likely he's going to be declaring a national emergency. The point they're making is that Pelosi and Schumer are going to win. They're not going to cave, and Trump's going to have no choice. He will not get a negotiated deal. He will not be able to show that he can negotiate with Chuck and Nancy. No art of the deal claim for him. They'll shut him down and shut him out. So he'll declare an emergency. He'll claim victory at that point, claiming that he's going to do what Chuck and Nancy don't want him to do, and then they're going to go get a judge to shut it all down. That's not me. None of this is me. I'm telling you what is being spread around by obvious Democrats and friends in the media as predictions for how this is all going to end.
Well, I think it could go that way, except that I see it as a win for him. That's just how I see it. I guess they see it as a false victory, or because Nancy and Chuck held the line, that's a victory for them. But as long as we get that wall, I honestly think the president wins.
Well,
I don't.
I
would never interpret that as law.
Wait a minute. In this scenario, he doesn't get the wall because his declaration of emergency is declared unconstitutional, and therefore the money is not permitted to be spent by a judge that the Democrats go find. And that will require Trump and his team to then challenge that judge in the appellate system, which would then, as did the travel ban, go all the way to the Supreme Court if the Supreme Court decides to hear it. The point is, it would delay any work on the wall for months.
I agree. It would. I also think that this scenario is very possible. I really do. But I don't believe, I read Turley's piece yesterday or day before.
Quickly.
And I think that he's right, that the president will win, that he will get. Not only does he have the right to declare the national emergency.
Okay, look, I'm sorry, and I've got to take a break. I just don't have time to continue, but I'll need to clean this up when we get back.
Sizzles. Rush on the EIB network.
Off to a rousing start. I need to finish up the conversation with our previous caller here. I'm making a mistake of assuming too much, but hang on, we'll clean it up. We'll get back. With talent on loan from God. Welcome, my friends. Rush Limbaugh, the EIB Network, and the Limbaugh Institute for Advanced Studies, anti-leftist studies, anti-media studies, and, of course, the good old-fashioned conservative studies. 800-282-2882 if you want to be on the program. Now, I get real frustrated when I fail to communicate. So I'm going to give this a third shot here. Now, with our last caller, she said, well, I agree with all that, but I read Turley, and Turley said the president can build a wall. I can declare an emergency and use money, that it's legal. I'm not saying that he can't. All I'm telling you is what I think based on a couple things I've read. Look, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Look, folks, I know where to go to find out who is telling who what. And I know where to go to find out a bunch of snark about Trump. I know where to go to find out people that hate Trump and think that he's headed for another imminent defeat when he isn't. So I go there. I go there to keep up. I go there to try to stay ahead of what I think is going to be the next seminal attack on Trump. So here it is again. This is not my opinion of what is going to happen. This is my opinion of what's going to be reported as having happened. This is, in fact, what I think is really nothing more than the Democrats' strategy. It is this. Chuck and Nancy will hold out forever. They will not authorize a penny. They will never do a deal with Trump. They will never allow Trump to say he did a deal with him. They will never allow Trump to say he beat them in a deal. They will never allow Trump to call back on the art of the deal, what a great negotiator he is, that he knew if he just hung tough that Chuck and Nancy would cave. That's the last thing Chuck and Nancy are ever going to allow, even if it means the GDP of the country losing half its value. They're never going to do it. So what will be the solution? At some point, Trump is going to realize this. And this shutdown is going to have to end at some point. I don't know when, making no prediction on that. But the way it's going to end, according to this little prognostication in various media, is that Trump will agree to sign whatever it is that reopens the government and authorizes the expenditure of money, the continuing resolution, with not a penny for border security in it. At that point, Chuck and Nancy claim victory. They stared Trump down and Trump lost, and the media reports that. Forget what reality is here. I'm telling you what they're all setting up, what they want to happen. The media will be able to report to Chuck and Nancy, the two morticians, they hung in there and they stared Trump down, and he's no great negotiator, and he's no pillar of strength, none of this. It was the easiest thing they've ever done to beat Donald Trump. This is going to be what's in the media. Trump then will declare the national emergency and claim that he's going to build a wall anyway, to hell with Chuck and Nancy, that he didn't lose, because he was always going to do this as a last resort. And in fact, he's already talking about it. He's making it sound imminent that he's going to declare a national, just this morning, he was in yesterday afternoon. So what happens when he declares the national emergency and goes and gets the money from elsewhere in the federal budget to build the wall? Chuck and Nancy and the Democrats and the media go find a judge. And they sue to stop Trump's declaration of a national emergency, claiming that there isn't one and that he has no constitutional authority to do any of this since the Congress hasn't authorized it, and that they will find a judge. Yep, that's exactly right. I love the Democrats. I hate Trump. And stop Trump from building the wall. At that point, the Trump administration would then have to go back to court like they've had to do on every one of these things. The travel ban revision. There have been 3 or 4 of these things. And this has been, Trump ends up winning them all, but it takes 9 months, 8 months to do. Now, none of this is to say that the judge is right. I'm not saying that Trump can't do this. I'm telling you what I have detected is going to happen. I think I know what the Democrat strategy is here. And when I say Democrat strategy, it's media strategy as well. Now, Jonathan Turley can write all he wants, and anybody else too, about how, well, Trump has the authority. There are already national emergencies that are still in existence that have been declared since FDR, since Harry Truman, and that's true. And there's no question that Trump can declare a national emergency. There's no question that Trump can go get money from the Defense Department who wants to build a wall. There's no question about it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the Democrats are going to do everything they can to stop that, including going to court and finding a judge to issue an injunction against Trump building the wall and getting money to do it by declaring an emergency. Now, when this happens, you had better be prepared for the media to be nonstop 24/7 with stories about how Chuck and Nancy outlasted and outsmarted Trump. And Trump had no recourse but then to declare a national emergency. But not anybody with a brain really thinks there's an emergency. It was a last gasp, last ditch effort. And a sensible federal judge thankfully had the foresight to stop the president once again from his extreme. This is what's going to be in the news. Now, the way Trump reacts and deals with this, I haven't gone far enough to predict that. But I'm in telling you, I'm just trying to give you a heads up on what's coming media-wise. I'm not predicting what the outcome of all this is going to be. This is what I've just portrayed for you is the dream case scenario for the media and the Democrats. Because I'm telling you right now, they are dug in. They're not going to give it. They don't think Trump has any leverage on them. They don't think, folks, that they're going to be hurt politically, even if they are seen as responsible for constant flows of illegal aliens coming into the country and wreaking havoc and creating crime. They don't think it's going to hurt them. They don't think there's going to be political fallout negative to them whatsoever. And they don't care. The only thing they care about is stopping Trump. The only thing that's guiding them is hatred for Trump. The only thing they care about is getting rid of Donald Trump, either via impeachment or making sure he's not reelected in 2020. And part and parcel of that is making sure he doesn't win diddly squat when his job intersects theirs, meaning when they have to negotiate things, legislation or things like the wall. They are not going to give him anything. They're not going to do anything that will allow Trump to claim victory over them. And now, that doesn't mean Trump can't claim victory. And at some point, I think if, one of these scenarios where a federal judge is found to issue an injunction, I think the day is coming where Trump is going to say to the judge. You know, he's been patient with this stuff ever since the first day in office. The first week when they declared his travel ban unconstitutional, when it wasn't. Nothing that he's done has been unconstitutional, but they found federal judges, Democrats, Clinton appointees, Obama appointees to shut it down. And it's their modus operandi. So this is not a comment on whether Trump can declare a national emergency legally. He can. It's not a comment on whether he can or cannot legally build a wall after declaring a national. He can do all of that. I'm just telling you what the media and the Democrats are going to do to try to stop it, while at the same time claiming that they shellacked Trump in the negotiations. And you'll know if this is true. It won't be very long, because there'll be no way that Trump would declare a national emergency unless negotiations with the morticians have totally broken down. And I would say that they have. I mean, look what they tried yesterday. Trump goes up to meet him. And they tell him point blank, I don't even know why you're here. We're not going to give anything. There's nothing to say. There will not be any money for a wall. Pelosi says with her big, gigantic eyes, there will not be any money for a wall. So Trump gets up and leaves. Okay, fine. Passes out some candy, gets up and leaves. What did they tell the media? That Trump threw a childlike temper tantrum. And what did the media do? Reported it. It's all over the place. Trump stormed out like a spoiled brat kid. He thought he was going to go up and really take Chuck and Nancy for a tour around the table. He's going to win the day, and they sent him packing and crying like a stuck little kid. That's what they reported. Mike Pence in the room, Kevin McCarthy. It didn't happen. This didn't happen. Doesn't matter. New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, all saying that it did. Now, for me, I think Trump is going to end up skunking these people before all is said and done. And I think what they're doing is going to come back and bite them big, because they do not have a majority of the American people with them on this position. And the more people to whom this is explained properly, the more people are going to abandon the Democrat position. And pretty much the people that support the Democrats on this are doing this for one reason only. They also hate Trump. This is not even about the issue. It's not about the money. It's not about the issue. It's not about the border. It's not about security. It's they hate Trump. You want to hear some other scuttlebutt? There are people whispering that they know what the Mueller report's going to say. You want to hear that? The thrust of the Mueller report will be that Trump was an unwitting dupe of massive Russian collusion. That Russian collusion happened, but Trump is so stupid and so naive that he didn't even know it. And by virtue of his ignorance, he ended up making it easier for the Russians to tamper in the election. So for these people, it's a twofer. They get to conclude, and remember, this is just rumor, but they get to have their Mueller report that, yeah, the Russians were all over the place, and yeah, the Russians did determine the outcome of the election, but Trump didn't have anything to do with it. Trump was so stupid he didn't even know. Trump, and it'll be portrayed as an argument for why outsiders should have nothing to do with anything of power in Washington, because look at how easy the Russians were able to take control of our election because of the stupidity and the idiocy of this outsider candidate, Donald Trump. That's the smart money, quote unquote, on what the Mueller report is going to say. Now, there obviously will be other things in it. But since Trump didn't collude, they can't write a report that says he did. They can't, and there is no collusion. But they're so far into this idea that the Russians determined the outcome that they're wedded to it. So the way they're going to do it is, yeah, the Russians meddled, and Trump was an unwitting dupe. Donald Trump Jr. And they'll use this as look at Jr. taking that meeting at Trump Tower. This is an example of why we don't need novices in Washington. They should have known never to take that meeting, that the Russians were trying to tamper and corrupt. But no, they took it, so eager to beat Hillary Clinton, and all the illegality and all the law breaking and all the lack of ethics on the part of Clinton and the Democrats and Fusion GPS will likely be glossed over. Hardly even mentioned. That's the scuttlebutt on the Mueller. Oh, and the reason it's happening is because the other scuttlebutt is that it's really imminent now, because Rosenstein's leaving. And Rosenstein said he would not leave until he was sure the Mueller investigation was secure, meaning Trump couldn't do anything about it. Trump couldn't fire Mueller. Trump wouldn't fire Mueller. Now, and have you seen the latest story that the Trump Attorney General nominee, Bill Barr, is best buddies with Mueller and that their wives attend Bible study together? And the drive-bys are having stories, writing stories. Did Trump know this? Because when Barr was named by Trump, there isn't every legal beagle in the country talked about what a brilliant nomination it was. There's nobody better than William Barr. Bill Barr, he had written a memo critical of Mueller early on in the investigation, and people said he ought not be allowed to be Attorney General. He's compromised. He's already made up his mind about Mueller. Well, now that Rosenstein's leaving and said he wouldn't leave till either there's a new AG, which we're on the verge of, or until the Mueller investigation was secure. So it's being concluded now that the Mueller investigation is about over. And so what it's going to say is that Trump was a willing dupe. We'll just have to wait and see. But that is the scuttlebutt on both of these things. And don't misunderstand me here. I'm not telling you I think all of this is going to succeed. I'm just the coach here. I'm just telling you what the other team is planning. Now take a break and be back after this. Don't go. The RushLimbaugh.com app for your iPhone, your iPad, or your Android device just makes accessing this program and all of its content as easy as it's ever been.
Get all this and more with the Rush app.
Rudolph Isley on the tambourine. Fight to power. I have to show you something. This is hilarious. And I have to show you, I have to use a Ditto Cam for this. Sorry if you're not a subscriber and don't have access to the Ditto Cam, but if you do, this is going to be worth it. Put the picture up. You are looking here at a picture of Jim Acosta, the little gnat from CNN. He is in McAllen, Texas, in advance of Trump's arrival there, his trip to the border. This picture accompanies a tweet. I didn't put the actual text on the Ditto Cam. It might be too small. I'm going to read it to you. Acosta, the gnat, tweeted this. I found some steel slats down on the border, but I don't see anything resembling a national emergency situation, at least not in the McAllen, Texas area of the border where Trump will be today. This clown does not realize that he is making the case for a wall. The reason that there aren't any illegals and the reason they're in a crisis is because there's a steel slat wall, and he's standing right next to it. No one is there because there is a wall there. They're going elsewhere to cross the border because there's a wall there, and there are people at the wall guarding it. But this clown thinks that he's proving there's no crisis by standing next to a wall and saying, see, there's nothing happening here. There's no national emergency. No one's here. This is kind of like Yogi Berra talking about the most popular restaurant in town. Nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded. What do you mean? Nobody goes there. It's too crowded. This guy, this is just priceless. Jim the Gnat Acosta. This is classic. He thinks he's so much smarter than Trump. He's so much smarter, and he's standing there essentially making the case for a wall by pointing out there isn't anybody at this wall. And therefore there isn't any national emergency. Translation, Trump's so full of it. And I'm down here very intelligently proving it. Okay. Back to the phone. Stephen in Westchester County in New York. Great to have you, sir. Hi.
Hey, Maharashi. How are you there?
Fine and dandy. Thank you.
My feeling on this is that if Trump does not use the emergency powers that he's granted, that this is going to nuke any future presidents from using this power that they have.
Well, that I understand what you're saying, but that wouldn't be the case. Trump is not using it because other presidents have, and there have been many presidents that never have used it. It's an existing power. There's also the Secure Fences Act of 2006. There's all kinds of things for Trump to rely on here. But it is expressly, by an act of Congress, the National Emergencies Act is so broad-based, it dates back to 1976, and it is an act of Congress. They passed a law suggesting the president has these kinds of powers. Now, Trump is not obligated to use it so as to enable future presidents to use it. I don't think there's any kind of use by expiration date with these things. They come up as necessary, and as I say, there's a bunch of them that are still in force. Presidents long ago declared states a national emergency and still haven't withdrawn them. But Trump has said today that it'd be surprising, this is a quote, surprising if I don't declare national emergency for the wall. I mean, we've got the audio. He laid into the Democrats today. He had a 15-minute little gaggle with the media before getting on a helicopter to go to Andrews to get on a plane to go to Texas. I should play something. He just tore into the media today, particularly NBC, and explained that it would be surprising if he doesn't declare national emergency. So hang on, we'll get to that when we get back.
And now, a sad story of hard times from Sharpton and Jackson.
Justice Brothers. A man, a legend, a way of life. You remember yesterday on the big program, maybe it was 2 days ago, yeah. The days are running. The day of the address to the nation. Well, maybe it was, yes. One of the last 2 days. Maggie Haberman, New York Times, is out reporting that the president had a lunch, traditional lunch with anchors, the day of his national address. These are all off the record. But some of these drive-by anchors decided to tell other reporters what happened. And Maggie Haberman of the New York Times reported that Trump didn't even want to do this national address, that he didn't even think it was going to matter, but that his communications staff was telling him he had to do it, and so he was going to do it, but that he didn't think it was going to matter. Well, CNN is reporting that Trump said not only did he not want to deliver Tuesday night's televised speech, but he doesn't want to go to the border today either. He didn't want to do either because he doesn't think it's going to matter. So what we have here is glaring media malpractice. This leak to the New York Times, if it even was a leak, is a direct violation of a long tradition where the president briefs selected reporters and network anchors before a major address. It's always off the record, but with Trump, all of the norms are gone and all the ethics are gone. If they can embarrass Trump, they'll do it. And the closer they get to Trump claiming access, then they'll do it even more. So they accept the invitation. They lie to him and his staff saying they'll accept off the record. And then after the lunch, they go out and they start telling people what happened, and they're probably making this up. So Maggie Haberman reports, yeah, Trump didn't even want to do this primetime address. He's at least smart enough to know it isn't going to work. Manufactured crisis. Trump knows it isn't going to work. His staff's making him do it. Now they're reporting that Trump didn't even want to go to the border today. And the same reason. It isn't going to matter. Trump thinks it's a waste of time, they're telling us. It's a waste of energy. It isn't going to matter a hill of beans, and he didn't want to go. But the only reason he's going is because his staff made him go. Something about that doesn't ring true. I mean, he's not married to the staff. So the staff telling him what to do just doesn't fit. Trump doesn't want to do something. Trump doesn't do it. I think this is more. It's as manufactured as this business that Chuck Schumer reporting Trump had a temper tantrum and acted like a spoiled child and ran out of the meeting with he and Pelosi today or yesterday. CNN, I'm telling you, they just cannot stop themselves. And Trump had this little gaggle today outside the White House, talked to them for 16 minutes, impromptu, before getting on Marine One to head to the airport to get on the plane to go down to Texas. And at this little gaggle, he dubbed the media the opposition party. He accused them of working with Democrats. He called out NBC News as the most dishonest that he's ever seen. And he unloaded on a reporter from ABC News named Jonathan Karl. Trump was discussing the shutdown in the Oval Office after signing an anti-human trafficking bill. Jonathan Karl asked why the president wouldn't sign other bills that would allow certain workers to get paid while a solution to the shutdown's negotiated. And Trump said to Jonathan Karl, "You think I should do that? Do you think I should do that, John? I mean, I watch your one-sided reporting. You think I should do that?" And Karl tried to say, "Hey, Mr. President, not my decision. I'm just asking." But Trump didn't back down and say, "Hey, John, no, seriously, John, you think I should just sign it? Just tell me. You think I just sign?" Karl responded that if he signed, certain workers would get paid. Trump said, "So you would do it. If you were in my position, you would do it." Jonathan Karl started to explain that he's not in President Trump's position. Trump cut him off again. "I'm asking you, would you do that if you were in my position? Because if you would do that, you'd never be in this position because you'd never get anything done. Goodbye, everybody." So what Trump was doing, I have been so tempted to do this myself. These clowns, these reporters get in there and they assume this position of superior judgmentalism. And they go in there with an assumption that anybody would sign this. Why won't you sign it? And so Trump calls him out. "Oh, you think I should sign it? What would you do, John? You got all the answers. What would you do?" And, of course, he doesn't want to answer. They'll never put themselves on the line. No way. And Karl will never say, "Well, I would sign it." That would be crossing a line. He'll never say that, even though he assumes this superiorist position that Trump is an idiot and inhumane for not signing it. So it's purposefully adversarial. It's not productive. It is designed to portray Trump in one way, and Trump is not going to let the guy get away with it. What would you do? You think you could do this better than I'm doing it? Come and tell me what you would do. And, of course, "Oh, no, Mr. President, I can't. I'm not." Well, then stop the hell acting like you are smarter than everybody else. Stop the hell acting like it is your job. Stop acting the hell like you have all the answers. If you're not even willing to go on record about what you would do, then stop B.I. itching, is what Trump's message was. And I'm just telling you, I recognize this air of superiority. Like they've got all the, like they've never done anything wrong. They've never made any mistakes. They have never got a DUI. They have never had an illegal alien cross into their yard to work. They have never gotten anybody pregnant out of wedlock. Never done anything. They're paragons of virtue. They sit there with this uppity judgmentalism. And everybody acts afraid and defensive. So let's go to a couple of audio sound bites on this. Number one and number two. This is from this little 15, 16-minute press gaggle. Trump talking with reporters on his way to the helicopter.
We're negotiating and having tremendous success with China. And I find China, frankly, in many ways, to be far more honorable than Brian, Chuck, and Nancy. I really do. I think that China is actually much easier to deal with than the opposition party.
Oh, well, folks, you can imagine how that went over. That went over like a lead balloon. That did not sit well. That the Chi-Coms are more honorable than crying Chuck and Nancy. That they're much easier to deal with because they're more upfront and honest than Chuck and Nancy. It's much more productive dealing with the Chi-Coms than it is with the Democrats. And the media, they were righteously indignant, which to me, if they'd been consistent, they should have taken that as a compliment. The media loves communists. They idolize communists. And for Trump to think that they're tougher than communists, the media ought to be proud of that. But somehow, for some reason, they're insulted. That a Chi-Com leader is considered to be more upstanding and decent and honorable than lying Chuck and Nancy. So the media was just lobbing questions. It was not a formal press conference. And one of the reporters said, Mr. President, given how the meeting went yesterday, are you now going to decide to declare a national emergency? Is that the only option left?
I have the absolute right to declare a national emergency. The lawyers have so advised me. I'm not prepared to do that yet, but if I have to, I will. I would like to do the deal through Congress, and because it makes sense to do it through Congress. But easy route for me would have been call a national emergency and do it. And I will tell you, this is a tremendous crisis at the border. Look at President Obama's statements from the past, numerous statements where he calls it a crisis. This is a crisis.
Let's, in fact, replay that statement from Obama. Grab soundbite number 7. This is what the president was referring to when he talks about Obama acknowledging that the border is a crisis.
We now have an actual humanitarian crisis on the border that only underscores the need to drop the politics and fix our immigration system once and for all. In recent weeks, we've seen a surge of unaccompanied children arrive at the border, brought here and to other countries by smugglers and traffickers. The journey is unbelievably dangerous for these kids.
So Trump is now tweeting his thanks to President Obama for supporting him in this, that he appreciates Obama's support. The media is just beside itself with rage and anger that the one is being incorporated by Trump to advocate for his side of the issue. But it's undeniable. You heard Trump say it. Now, later in the morning on CNN, Poppy Harlow could barely contain her rage at Trump during an interview with Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana. And I want you to hear that when we get back.
The wonder of Rush will continue on the EIB network.
About Trump and his statement that he will likely declare a national emergency for the wall. He said it this morning. He said it yesterday. He has said it'd be surprising if he doesn't. The reason he's doing this, and there are many reasons here, I think Trump is often a couple moves ahead of these clowns, including in the media. But by saying that he might declare an emergency, he's eliminating any surprise. And he's getting people prepped for it. He's clearly alluding to the likelihood. It would be surprising if he doesn't declare. But let me tell you what the Democrats are doing right now, right this very minute. And they've been doing this, well, they have it on standby. But what they're getting ready for now is what will be made to look like a massive series of spontaneous riots and protests when Trump declares the emergency. The Democrats are planning right now for nationwide hysteria if Trump makes this move. Protests, riots all over the country in major cities. They'll be in New York, and they'll be in Washington, they'll be in San Francisco, wherever. They'll be made to look spontaneous. It'll be made to look like the average people of America are outraged that Trump would dare do this. And the media will portray this as the nation outrage. They will be drawing comparisons to Watergate, Trump going way beyond his constitutional authority, Trump going way beyond civilized norms, Trump getting into very dangerous dictatorial behavior here. And they will gin up these protests like they've done after the travel ban, after all these things. These protesters are on retainer. They're lying in wait. They're on call. They just wait for the go signal from guys like Robert Kramer. They're like the women in the vagina hats. after the first travel ban or after Trump won the election. So be on the lookout because that's going to happen. And one of the reasons Trump is alluding to this is to let people know that the protests are going to be disingenuous. They're made up, trumped up, if you will. Do not doubt me, my friends. I know these people as well as, if not better than they know themselves. All right. CNN Newsroom this morning. Poppy Harlow had as her guest Senator John Kennedy. Let me make sure I've got... That's 1 minute. This is... I think we can squeeze this in. Here we go. Let's just roll the bite.
You heard the president many times during the campaign say that Mexico would pay for the wall, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he just said this morning, quote, I never said this. That's not true. He did. Do you think, Senator, that the president has misled the American people on who will actually pay for this?
No, and I don't think that's relevant to the discussion.
Of course it's relevant. Respectfully, Senator, of course it's relevant to the discussion. Either you tell the American people the truth about more than $5 billion, or you don't. Has he misled the American people, or has he been honest with them?
Poppy, I understand your point. I just don't agree with it. I just don't think it's relevant to this discussion. The only real relevant issue to this, if you strip away the politics and the personalities and the dislike for each other, is can you seal a 1,900-mile border without using, in part, a wall or a physical barrier?
I actually think that this is so flimsy. If this all they got a Republican senator on to ask him if he's upset that the president lied about Mexico paying for the wall and the $5 billion and so forth. And the senator says, well, this is irrelevant. We're not even talking about this. Senator, I beg to disagree with you. Either you tell the American people the truth about more than $5 billion or you don't. Has he misled the American people or has he been honest? You want to talk about misleading the American people? Grab audio soundbite number 5. Barack Hussein Obama.
If you have your plan and you like it and you like your doctor, that you don't have to change plans, the government is not going to make you change plans. You're going to have a plan that lowers premiums by $2,500. If you like your insurance plan, you will keep it. No one will be able to take that away from you. We will start by reducing premiums by as much as $2,500 per family. You can keep your choice of doctor, keep your plan. The only thing we're going to do is lower costs, cut average family's premium by about $2,500
you want to talk about
per year.
Lying to the American people, Poppy Harlow? I mean, Trump can't even hold a candle to this guy and his whoppers and Bill Clinton before him. But I don't remember CNN being the slightest bit upset over Barack Obama just blatantly lying to people about their health care. That if they like it, they can keep it. If they like the doctor, they can keep the doctor. That their premiums are coming down $2,500. But here she is, so exercised that the president said he never said Mexico would pay for the wall directly. He lied to the American people. He lied. He lied to me. Senator, how can you say it's not relevant? Because it isn't relevant who pays for the wall. And the evidence of this, you think Trump supporters care? You think they're going to oppose the wall if Mexico doesn't pay for it? Hell no. Everybody in Trump land knows that was Trump goosing everybody. And Mexico's going to pay for the wall. Goosing the media, goosing Mexico, goosing Democrats. It doesn't matter to people that support Trump. The wall itself and stopping this insanity, this invasion, is what matters. I got to take a break. We'll be back with much more right after this, folks. Don't go away.
What needs to be said. Rush on the EIB network.
And Broadcasting Network. Here's the phone number, 800-282-2882. If you want to appear on the program, the email address, lrushbo@eibnet.us. Of the many things today that just sent the media into orbit, including the now infamous Poppy Harlow at CNN, this was Trump, again in the press gaggle outside the White House. He's on the way. It's a 15-minute little gathering, and he's on his way to the helicopter. to go out to Air Force One to take the trip to the wall, a border in Texas. And he said this.
During the campaign, I would say Mexico's going to pay for it. Obviously, I never said this, and I never meant they're going to write out a check. I said they're going to pay for it. They are. They are paying for it with the incredible deal we made called the United States, Mexico, and Canada USMCA deal. It's a trade deal. They are paying for the wall indirectly many, many times over by the really great trade deal we just made. Congress has to approve the deal.
Obviously, I never said this. It sent them into orbit. Obviously, I never said this. I never said they were going to write a check. Now, here's the thing, and I mentioned this a moment ago. I think this is classic illustration of just how the people in Washington have no idea about Trump. They clearly have no idea, even after 2 years now, of why Trump supporters support Trump. When Trump made the statement, this thing, Mexico's going to pay for it, is no different than Trump asking the Russians to find Hillary's emails. Everybody knows that he's just goosing people. He's up there, he's improvising. He's not on a teleprompter. He's a real guy. He's having a rally, and everybody's into it, and everybody's reacting to what he says. He's loving it. They're loving it. He knows he's already goosed them by talking about the kind of people crossing the border illegally when he came down the escalator. The rapists, the thugs, the murderers, the purse snatchers, and so forth. And this guy, like me, loves provoking these people. I love tweaking the media. I'm having so much fun with this business that they think that I'm running the presidency right now. We got another soundbite of this coming up. It's still not over. They're still talking about this. Trump loves tweaking these people. He loves calling them the enemy of the people. He loves calling them the opposition party. He loves calling them out because he knows how they're going to react. They're going to react like spoiled brat little kids. They're going to act like they're above any criticism whatsoever because they are mentioned in the Constitution. They're mentioned in the First Amendment. You can't criticize us. Nobody can criticize us. You can't investigate us. You can't do profiles on us. You can't find out what we've done in our lives. We're journalists. We're protected. You can't. And Trump just bores in. So he's out there saying, we're going to build the biggest, beautiful wall, and it's going to be the greatest wall in the history of walls. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be the best designed wall, and Mexico's going to pay for it. The crowd goes nuts. These people taking him literally like this? When is the last time they ever took a president literally? They had to ignore literal with Barack Obama every waking moment of the day, and they happily did so. They've simply, folks, they've fired their best at this guy, and they can't dent the battleship. And they're kind of at their wits' end. They think they're on the way to defeating Trump. They won back the House last November in the elections, but they can't get Trump's approval numbers below 44%, much less down to the 20s or 30s that they're targeting. And they're beside themselves. And so now they're latching on to every little lie he might have told. You think that they might have figured out by now that the way they are going about trying to drive a wedge between Trump and his voters isn't working? Well, no, I think they're too arrogant. In a way, they're kind of like bullies in this regard. You can't teach a bully anything, and you can't really open the minds or the mind of an arrogant person. And they don't have the capacity to, nor the humility to accept the possibility that they might be wrong or misjudging somebody or something. This is kind of comical to watch. And with Poppy Harlow going nuts. And here, by the way, grab audio soundbite number 6. This is Dana Bash. Now, Dana Bash, you need to know this if you don't. Dana Bash and Pelosi, I think, for all intents and purposes, are from the same womb. I mean, not literally. That's the kind of thing Trump would say to describe how close they are. But she is protective of Pelosi. I'm sure that there is a pipeline. Dana Bash is close to us, a slew of Democrats on Capitol Hill. And she will defend them like a mother protecting her children. And it's so patently obvious. And so when Trump said today that he finds the Chi-Coms more honorable to deal with than crying Nancy and Chuck, that he finds Xi Jinping to be a nicer, more decent, honorable guy than Chuck, she just lost it. She was having a tough time dealing with that insult. So she goes on CNN and she's talking to the co-host Jim Sciutto, and here's what she said.
Just the notion of saying that the elected leaders of Congress are less honorable in terms of negotiating than China, the country that steals our intellectual property, that has people in jail for trying to speak out. I mean, I'm talking to a person who lived there for a long time. You can probably list all of the egregious things that they do more than I. You can make your point and stand on what you think is your political high ground without going there. I mean, that just undermines the arguments that he's making.
You know, this is kind of, I'm trying to remember something here. This, if not Dana Bash, the media has gone out of its way to defend socialists and communists all their lives. I mean, the media, and communism kills. It doesn't matter where it is. China, the Soviet Union, Nicaragua, Cuba, communism kills. And these people have been defending communists for as long as I've been alive. And they've been defending, they defended Stalin, they defend all of the Soviet leaders. They defended the Soviet client state Nicaragua. They lionized Fidel Castro. So what is this? Getting on Donald Trump for sidling up to Xi Jinping? These people have done all of this and worse and for far longer. The media in this country is known to have a fetish and almost a groupie association with Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. They were enamored of Mao Zedong. Obama's people loved Mao Zedong. That was a brilliant strategist in the Cultural Revolution, which is basically wiping out an entire society. The idea that Dana Bash is offended because the Trumpster happened to say he has a better time getting along with a Chi-Com leader than Chuck and Nancy? Well, I'll guarantee the drive-by media would much rather go to dinner with Fidel Castro than they would Newt Gingrich. And one of the reasons they admired Obama and all these other totalitarians is that they are envious of the power these people have. So I'm sorry if I don't take this all that seriously. I think this is a little bit of a straw dog to be so righteously indignant because China kills people and puts people everywhere. There's communism that happens, and you don't condemn it anywhere. Ms. Bash, nobody condemns communism in the drive-by media. They excuse it. In some cases, they lionize it. Now, grab audio soundbite number 10. I knew this was going to happen, too. Yesterday on this program, Vice President Pence appeared. And at the opening of the interview, he mentioned he had come to the phone right from the Oval Office. And he carried with him a message from President Trump. And it was a message of gratitude and thanks to me, and then by extension to you, for supporting and hanging in. And it was very robust compliment, and I was gratified, very humble to receive it, thanked him for it. And I knew the drive-bys are going to go bonkers, because here they are in the midst of this little game where they're trying to portray me as the guy telling Trump what to do and when to do it. And I thought it would, and, you know, they know this is happening. They know this at the White House. They know that The drive-bys are out there saying that Trump only did this because I told him to do it, when they know it isn't true, but they know that this is what the media say. For Pence to come on this program and to thank me yesterday was the akin of throwing gasoline on the drive-bys, and they still did it, and I thought that was great. That was courageous. And the drive-bys, I told people here, wait till the drive-bys hear about this. Because they don't listen directly. They hear what happens here by going to Media Matters or other websites, but they never listen themselves. And I said, wait till they hear about what Pence said. They're going to go bonkers. And they did. And here is the montage.
The Vice President of the United States thanks Rush Limbaugh, old Rushbo, for the, quote, key role he's played in the Trump administration. Who's the Veep working for? Is he a ditto head?
It was remarkable to see him attending to Rush Limbaugh with excessive, lavish praise.
Mike Pence has mastered being obsequious, lack of spine and soul. The catch is Rush Limbaugh is about as trustworthy as President Trump.
Why this kissing up to Rush Limbaugh? The bishop talking to his pope.
He went on Rush Limbaugh's show and said, thank you for all that you're doing for us.
Who's the organ grinder and who's the monkey?
What difference does it make?
That was George Will. That was George Will. What? And this is a bunch of people on PMSNBC. What difference does it make? Yeah, George, I'm sure, is sitting there. He's frustrated at watching these people go bonkers over all this. Because I'm sure, he said, this is beneath George. I mean, this is the kind of stuff he doesn't engage in. And he have to sit there on these panels and listen to these people go on and on about this. And in George Will's world, this is so irrelevant. It's not true. Only idiots believe this. And his way of conveying that is to say, what difference does any of this make? Now we move over to CNN. Last night with Don Lemon, who the president's called maybe the dumbest man on TV. He was on with the USA Today columnist Kirsten Powers about my impact on President Trump's decision to stand firm on a border wall. And we have the question actually on the bite. So here we go.
President Limbaugh said, oh, no, and then he reneged on the deal. So this isn't a both sides. The president is the one who's not negotiating here.
His idea of negotiating is give me what I want, and everything will be fine. And that's not a negotiation. He had it right the first time, actually, when he said, I'm not going to get the wall and I don't want to shut the government down. And then he had the backlash from Ann Coulter and Rush Limbaugh. And I think he made a real mistake there. I just don't think that Ann Coulter and Rush Limbaugh have more control over the base than Donald Trump.
Well, you don't know how many times are we going to have to go through this and explain to them? They don't care what happened. They create their little narrative that Trump is this mindless boob sitting there almost ready to sign it, and I got a phone call from me or heard from staff that I was going bonkers. And that's not at all what happened. I don't need to go through it again. You're familiar with it. Let's take a break. We'll come back, and time to resume phone calls. We'll do that right after this.
Rush Limbaugh, running the country in a golf shirt from Palm.
10.8% of the time. And up next is Steve in Detroit. Great to have you, sir. I'm glad you waited. I appreciate your patience. Hello.
Thanks so much, Rush. I'll get right to it. It's not a new opinion, I'm sure, but from the get-go, from day one, whether it's collusion up to today through immigration and all that, I think this is really nothing more than just part of the ongoing resist and distract opposition movement. In essence, basically, I think it's just nothing more than like a 4-year filibuster against Trump and just going and trying to just get to the next election and trying to win it at all costs through the syllabus of defamation, deceit, and distraction. I mean, you could verbatim or just play the sound bites that we've been hearing from, I think you said 2009 up till 16 about what they've all said about immigration, and they'll just flat out deny that, saying they never said it, and you get the shills on the drive-bys that will believe them. And I appreciate you letting me get that out, and I just like to ask anybody, other than the verbiage that Trump uses and not liking his tone, how egregiously affected have their lives been because he's president? And I just, again, logic has no play in this. I realize that, but I appreciate the time. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Was there a question in there? I could not. How egregiously has their life been affected? Whose people? What? Well, that's actually an interesting question. I guess his point is, with all this filibustering and obstruction and making sure that Trump accomplishes nothing, is anybody's life better? Are these people's lives better off? The reason that's an interesting question is because we have to then dig deep into analyzing how they define their lives being good or better or improving. And folks, these people, we're talking about liberals, we're talking Democrat voters. The thing that I think you have to accept and understand is that the general concept of happiness and contentment is not something they attain on a daily basis. I don't think they are capable of it. They are permanently and constantly in a state of some degree of anger. It can approach rage, extreme anger, and poisonous rage. And the way that stuff gets assuaged is when harm comes to other people, or when other people don't get what they want. I think this is one of the many things that we're up against. While you and I live our lives as human beings are created and designed to do, we want to improve our standard of living, particularly for our families. We want to have as much security as we can have for ourselves and our children. And so we're constantly reaching. We are trying to improve. We're trying to get better. We are trying to advance. Many of us are doing it under the rubric of pursuing excellence, trying to be the best that we can be. That doesn't describe them. Their happiness, to the extent that they ever experience it, their contentment is only when their enemies are suffering. That's what makes them happy. That's what gives them satisfaction, is when they think we're losing, and when they think we're in pain, and when they think that we're angry. That's all it takes. They don't have to be personally benefiting from any. People, a lot of liberals have a lot more money to spend than they did. That does not make them happy. It makes them mad. It makes them mad that Trump won. It makes them mad that so many other people support the tax cuts. It makes them mad that people have more disposable income, because that becomes a threat. Anytime their ideas fail, or anytime our ideas succeed, they are not happy. So I would suggest to you that these people that support the Democrats and Chuck and Nancy, I think they're ecstatic right now. In the midst of all of their misery, they're ecstatic when they think Trump has been stopped or frustrated. It's a weird bunch of people, folks.
And now, Andy Griffith for Obamacare.
1965. A lot of good things.
Is in a state of apoplexy that the illegal immigrant community has been compared to animals in a zoo. This is, I don't know. If you have the right frame of mind, these people are funny every day. At the same time, that it's just, it's frustrating to be surrounded by this kind of idiocy. That's what bothers me. There is so much stupidity out there. I mean, now it's getting elected to office. People like Ocasio-Cortez, literal know-nothings, who are heralded as upcoming stars. Thank God they're not on our side, though. That's one silver lining to this. Rose in Long Island in New York, great to have you. Glad you waited. Hi.
Hi, pleasure to speak with you. So I have an interesting proposition. Since we all know that Justice Ginsburg, her time is coming to an end as far as retiring. I know she's holding out and hoping she can last until he's done. But then he may get reelected and he may get to put someone on the court again. So how about offering them a justice for the wall?
No, these people are not. They wouldn't.
Justice is their choice. Go ahead. Have whoever you want on the court. Give me my wall. The wall is permanent. Justices are not.
Well, the wall. Hey, look, a Democrat president can come around and start tearing down walls anytime he wants to.
I think that would be so hard to do. Once it's up, it's done. How would they ever go about trying to tear down the wall?
Not hard at all. You get some wrecking balls and you tear it down. Democrats own construction companies.
What would go on? The outrage of doing something like that.
They don't care about that.
Liberal justice, go ahead. Here, take it.
They don't care about that. Well, I wouldn't. They're not going to make that deal. You got to understand, Chuck and Nancy don't think, the Democrats do not think that Trump has any leverage at all. They don't think that they are anything other than 1,000% in the commander's chair on this. They are not of the mind to make any deal. They're not. That's not. They're not about solving any problems here. Now, I get your thinking. Everybody on the left is paranoid that Ruth Buzzy Ginsburg is not going to be able to continue on the Supreme Court. And that the Democrats are panicked over this because if, for some reason, she's unable to continue her work and there becomes a vacancy, that Trump would then be able to nominate her replacement. That would be someone, we know who it's going to be. It's going to be Amy Coney Barrett. We know who it's going to be. The left is already ramping up for it. We know who it's going to be. Dianne Feinstein, her crowd getting ready to destroy her. Di-Fi already tried once when she was going through confirmation hearings for a lower court appointment. But there's no way that they would make any kind of a deal. Like, frankly, I wouldn't support one of that nature being offered. Hey, we'll trade you a judge for the wall. They might take it if they get to nominate a leftist judge and then come down and tear the wall down when the next time they win the White House. And don't think that they won't try to do that. If their whole position is that the wall that gets built is unconstitutional because Trump does it by national emergency, all they can do, they can declare an end to the emergency and say that there is no more illegal immigration, there's no more need for the wall, and tear it down. You misunderstand something. I don't mean to sound condescending here, but today's Democrats do not care about public opinion. It doesn't matter to them what anybody will think of what they do. It's not a determining factor in their establishment of policy. They're not doing what they're doing because they think that's what their voters want. I mean, they do. Their voters determine a lot of their behavior. I mean, they know their base is deranged, lunatic, outraged, and so they have to service that. But in terms of, they'll give lip service to the notion of public opinion during elections. But even at that, it's not. It's of no concern to them. Public opinion, they'll make a big show of it, caring about it during elections. But outside of that, it doesn't matter to them. What you think or I think, they're not in business here to stay elected on the strength of popular opinion. Power does not weaken itself by giving others a veto over it. And that's what voters are. Voters are a veto on power. The Democrats are not going to purposely set themselves up where voters could vote them out. They know it's going to happen anyway. people win elections and lose them. My point here is rooted in your proposal. Give them a judge and they give us the wall. That's not a mindset that they're that satisfying somebody so everybody ends up happy in a deal. That's not at all what their mindset is here. Trump gets nothing. Trump's voters get nothing. The only thing Trump gets and the only thing Trump voters get are defeat and disappointment and maybe Trump being impeached. That's all that matters. There is no concern for what the American people want or care about in any of this that Chuck and Nancy are doing. In anything being factored in the House of Representatives when it comes to legislation, the opinion of the American people is of no concern. What their ideological demands and concerns, everything they do is going to be designed to creating dependency. Creating as many people as possible that do not have to have jobs, that do not have to work, that do not have to be anything other than dependent on government. That's the purpose of all liberal Democrat policy, to grow the government, to create more and more dependence. That's why they want this never-ending flow of uneducated, unemployable people crossing into the border, can't even speak the language. The Democrats are never going to have to worry about these people figuring them out. That's what they want. Now, to the extent that it looks compassion, they care about the homeless and they care about the hungry and they care that everybody has health care. They don't care a whit about that. That's just what they say. They don't care. If they really cared about what's best for people, they wouldn't be liberals. Liberalism is not about what's best for people. Liberalism is purely and simply about the acquisition and holding of power and creating as much idiocy in the electorate as possible, dumbing down education to the point that people are not able to provide for themselves and increase or enhance their standard of living, that they depend on government for all of that. That's what all of their policies, every damn one of them, is aimed at, under the guise of compassion. What they want is everybody to end up thinking of themselves as a victim of some unfair aspect of this country, some unjust or immoral aspect of this country. And they want as many people as possible thinking that the only way they can even have a shot at fairness and happiness is voting Democrat and letting the government get even with all of these enemies. It's not about improving people's lives. Liberalism can't and doesn't. Liberalism denies dignity, it denies humanity, it denies opportunity. It snuffs all of that out on the premise that nobody's capable of it anyway. Liberalism requires that liberal leaders have contempt for average people as being incompetent. They don't know how to spend their money the right way, so therefore they shouldn't have much. They won't spend it the way liberals want them. They won't live the way liberals want unless they have no choice. They don't hate guns so much that they're going to ever get rid of their own. They'll just make sure you don't have yours. And they really, really think and claim to believe in climate change, but they're never going to stop flying private. And they're never going to stop driving their gigantic cars and SUVs. You will. You'll give up your gun. You'll have to live the right way to protect the planet. They won't. It's a gigantic scam. And that they get away with it under the premise that it's all based on compassion and understanding and tolerance is one of the biggest jokes ever on a civilized group of people. Got to take a break, folks. As always, back here in just a second. I'll go away.
After they made him, they broke the mold. Rush on the EIB network.
Hello and welcome to Coast AM's official YouTube channel. I'm your host, George Norrie. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel. And you can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and of course, on coasttocoastam.com. From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. Welcome to Coast AM. What a program we have in store for you today. Later on tonight, Christmas miracles and angels. Here's what's happening. The Trump administration said it had banned the high-power gun attachments used in last year's Las Vegas shooting that killed 58 people, giving owners of so-called bump stocks 90 days to turn them in or destroy these devices, and blocking owners from being able to register them. These attachments use a gun's recoil to bump its trigger, enabling a semi-automatic weapon to fire hundreds of rounds per minute, which many say transforms the firearm into a machine gun. They are going away. The White House has suggested that President Donald Trump could back down from his demand for the $5 billion to fund his proposed border wall in a year-ending spending bill. Let's check in with Dr. John Curtis, onlinecolumnist.com. Well, he got a criminal reform bill, Pat. Looks like it's going to get passed through the entire Congress, John. But this one, he's going to back down on? What do you think?
Oh, it's already a done deal, George. He's let go of the demand. I mean, it was all just high theater with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the White House the other day, arguing over it. But I mean, really, he's trying to pick his battles wisely, as anyone would do, knowing that you're going into Christmas and you don't want to be perceived, as utterly heartless. However many people, it wouldn't have been 800,000 people, because 3/4 of the government is already funded through next year. So it would have been a few departments. So, they would be significant departments, because I think most people consider the Department of Justice significant. Wouldn't that been ironic to shut it down so that, Mueller was defunded essentially until he got his border funding? But that's just not going to happen. He believes, the Republicans believe that at some future point, that he's going to be able to obtain at least some measure of that wall funding. But I think it's a very interesting scenario, given what's going on with Michael Flynn and everything there, that, you've got, a judge basically, going ballistic. And it's just a very entertaining news cycle right now. It's got to keep people at least glued to their TVs. I mean,
and radios. You're right, John. Thanks. John Curtis, onlinecolumnist.com. In Texas, a girl's inoperable brain tumor is gone, and doctors have no explanation. Today, Roxley Doss is doing what she loves. That's horseback riding. Hard to imagine that in June, doctors diagnosed her with an inoperable cancerous brain tumor called DIPG. It's gone. They have no idea where it is and what happened to it. That's a miracle. Penny Marshall, best known as TV's Laverne and Shirley, has died. She was 75 years old. A publicist for Marshall says that the actress died peacefully at her Hollywood home from complications due to diabetes. Saturn's rings make it one of the most striking planets in the solar system, but scientists believe they could disappear in less than 100 million years, which isn't all that long when you consider that the gas giant itself is more than 4 billion years old. NASA's New Horizons probe remains on course for its daring flyby of Ultima Thule. When the mission sweeps past the 30-kilometer-wide object on New Year's Day, it will be making the most distant ever visit to a solar system body, some 6.5 billion kilometers from Earth. Mike Barra, author of NASA's Dark Mission. Mike, this is an exciting mission.
Well, it is, and it's actually technically it's Ultima Thule, just to let you know. It's a really weird word, but yeah, it's a weird name, it's a weird object, and it's going to be really interesting to see what it's all about when we get there.
If we get there and everything works, what are we going to do with the information?
Well, it depends. Look, NASA is in denial. They are having a really hard time. Their theory of how planets form and what the Kuiper Belt is and what all these trans-Newtonian objects really are is really completely messed up, and it's completely wrong. So I think they're going to get some information that they don't expect. I think it's not going to be shaped the way they think it's going to be shaped. They think it's going to be kind of like an oblong-looking, weird-looking potato. or they think it's also going to be dark and burned from all of this cosmic radiation bombarding it for, theoretically billions of years, because they think it's an object from the origin of the solar system. I tend to go with, the late Dr. Tom Van Flander's theory that these objects are really pieces of exploded planets in the solar system, is what they probably are. And the planets form completely differently than NASA thinks that they do. And I think they're going to get something completely different, like a very bright, white, reflective object with a lot of volatile still on it. So let's wait and see. It's a good test for the competing theories.
You could be very right on that one, Michael. Thank you so much. Now, this was bound to happen. A Montana man had a bizarre brush with death over the weekend when he caught the attention of a trigger-happy hunter who thought the guy was Bigfoot. The unnamed resident reportedly phoned police to alert them to the strange incident, which happened while he was getting ready to do some target shooting. Much to his surprise, his afternoon fun took a frightening turn when he suddenly realized that he was being shot at. He quickly ducked for cover. After the bullets stopped flying, the man emerged from his hiding place and managed to speak to the individual, who apologized, said that he thought he was Bigfoot. We got that story for you at coasttocoastam.com. July 1975, Jimmy Hoffa, the former leader of the Teamsters Union, disappeared. He vanished. Where is he? Is he dead? Is he still hidden away somewhere? Nobody really knows, but we believe he's dead. In a moment, Charles Brandt joins us with his work, I Heard You Paint Houses. This is the remarkable story, and it's next on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you. James Riddle Hoffa disappeared July 30th, 1975. He was an American labor union leader. He served as the president of the Teamsters Union from 1957 until 1971, and he vanished late in July of 75 at the age of 62. From an early age, Hoffa was a union activist, became an important regional figure, and he ran into all kinds of issues with the government, of course. Robert F. Kennedy was a general counsel for a Senate committee investigating crime and the union. In 1957, Hoffa was speaking before that committee.
I am not controlled by him, but by the same token, I do not intend to go around and abuse the provisions of the Constitution of the International Union, of which you accuse Mr. Beck of doing by having dictatorial powers. Now, I want to be able to follow the Constitution in due time. This situation will be cleared up. If you recall, I took office just about February 1. I went through a long trial in New York, which tied me up. I had to question the monitors, which tied me up. And I haven't had much opportunity to do the normal duties that would have taken place if all of the various incidents hadn't came about during my short period of time as General President. In due time, these situations will be cleared up.
Mr. Hoffa, that would make a great deal of sense. I'd be very sympathetic if it wasn't for the fact that a majority of these people are in the Central States Conference and people under your jurisdiction. You've got people in Detroit, at least 15 who have police records. You've got Joey Glimko in Chicago. I say you're not tough enough to get rid of these people then.
Hoffa hated Kennedy, and Robert F. Kennedy hated Jimmy Hoffa. Charles Brandt is a former junior high English teacher, welfare investigator in East Harlem, homicide investigator, prosecutor, and chief deputy attorney general of the state of Delaware. In private practice since 1976, he was elected president of the Delaware Trial Lawyers Association. Noted author, several books, including the one we're talking about tonight, I Heard You Paint Houses, will soon be a Netflix movie directed by Martin Scorsese. It's about Frank the Irishman Sheeran. This movie will be called The Irishman when it comes out on Netflix, and it's about the case of Jimmy Hoffa. Charles, welcome back to the show. You were with us a couple years ago, but what an amazing story.
Well, thank you. It's great to be back.
I got to tell you, back in 1975, in May, I was in Detroit, and I invited Jimmy Hoffa on one of our television newscasts, and he came down, talked with us, and I walked him to his car, and then 2 months later, he was gone. But he was telling me out in the parking lot he wanted to come back and become president of the union, even though he was prohibited from doing that with his parole conditions. But what an amazing story that never stopped. How did you come across Frank Sheeran?
Well, I was practicing law in Delaware. I was the chief deputy attorney general of the state, the number 2 law enforcement officer in the state. And Frank Sheeran, known as the Irishman, was our gangster, so to speak, in Delaware. He was president of the local Teamsters Union. And we all knew, just from reading the paper, that he was the prime suspect when Hoffa disappeared. And I got involved with him because I was doing medical malpractice work, and I got a call from a mafia guy in Philly by the name of Franny McDonald. He was an associate because he wasn't Italian, and only Italians get to be made men, as I'm sure you know. He called me up and said that Frank was then serving a 32-year jail sentence, but he had some severe medical problems, and would I represent Frank Sheeran on his medical parole application? And since that's what I did, that's what I did. I represented him, and I cut a good 10 years off the sentence that he had. He was very grateful to get out, and he took my staff and me to dinner at a local mafia hangout, Andy's restaurant. And after the eating was over, he took me aside and he said that he was tired of being written about in all the books on Hoffa. There were about 6 books at the time that were claiming that Frank the Irishman Sheeran was involved in Hoffa's disappearance. And he said that he wanted to tell his side of it. I had written a book about interrogation called The Right to Remain Silent. He read the book when he was in jail, and he wanted me to write his story to prove that he had nothing to do with Hoffa's disappearance. It's a kind of strange request. I grilled him a little bit, and I agreed to meet with him at his apartment. And we began right then that night at his apartment.
It's an amazing story. The title, I Heard You Paint Houses. Tell me how you got that.
Well, I Heard You Paint Houses actually came from Jimmy Hoffa himself. Hoffa took over the union, and as he mentioned in the clip you played, he had just taken it over in February of 1957. He felt that he needed some muscle. He felt that there were people who he needed to get rid of. And so he called his godfather, Russell Buffalino, who was the most powerful godfather of the era. He was not known by people because that was the mark of a good godfather.
That's right.
No such flamboyance as
John Gotti.
Yeah, typical crass flamboyance. And Buffalino got a phone call from Hoffa asking for muscle. And Buffalino put Frank Sheeran on the phone, introduced the two of them in this phone call. Frank was 6'4", 220 pounds, and an extremely impressive physical specimen. He was also very bright, and he had a terrific sense of humor. He got on the phone with Hoffa, and the first words that Hoffa said to him were, "I heard you paint houses," meaning I heard that you're a hitman. I heard you kill people. And the paint is the blood that spatters on the walls and the floor when somebody's whacked. And Frank answered, "I do my own carpentry work, too," which means I get rid of the bodies. The next day, this was a phone call between Hoffa in Detroit and Frank Sheeran and Russell Buffalino in Philly. The next day, Frank was in Detroit. One of the names mentioned by Bobby Kennedy in that clip was Joey Glimko. Joey Glimko's in your union, Hoffa, and you're afraid to get rid of him. Well, that very next day, Sheeran went to Chicago. First went to Detroit, and from Detroit to Chicago. And in Chicago, he began working for Joey Glimko. He began getting rid of people that Glimko felt were doing harm to their setup.
Wow.
So Frank was a guy who painted houses.
And at that time, Frank adored Jimmy Hoffa, didn't he?
At the time, of his entire, up until the moment he died, he adored Jimmy Hoffa. But he explained to me, if Russell says you do something, Russell Buffalino, you do it. You don't question Russell. If you question Russell, in the case of Jimmy Hoffa, Jimmy would have been just as dead. And as Frank said to me, I would have gone to Australia with him. That's a slang for dying. Australia down under. That's slang for being buried.
Well, as people will read in your book, I heard you paint houses and eventually see in the Netflix movie The Irishman, based on your book, Jimmy Hoffa got involved in the with the mob, Charles, and started lending them money from the Teamster States Pension Fund. They literally built Las Vegas thanks to the Teamsters, but the mob had their hand in this fund, and Jimmy just kept lending it over and over again. He couldn't get out, could he?
Well, he got out by being sent to jail by Bobby Kennedy for 11-year jail sentence. But it was a two-way street, the lending of money from the pension fund. The pension fund had $1 billion in it, and as Frank said to me once, he talked to me as if I was a gangster a lot. We spent 5 years together. I questioned him and re-questioned him. I had been a homicide investigator. I taught interrogation to cops. I taught cross-examination to other lawyers. And I wrote a book on it, The Right to Remain Silent, based on how much juice comes out of $1 billion. Well, I wasn't even sure what he meant by juice coming out of $1 billion. But what he meant was that the pension fund was the second largest bank for lending for real estate in the country, second to Chase Manhattan. And the loans were legitimate. Men with interest in starting a casino in Vegas, and as you mentioned, a lot of casinos were built in Vegas with Teamster pension fund money. But under Hoffa, those loans were repaid, and they were repaid with interest. And Hoffa never really just gave in to them. He did. You'd go to Hoffa and you'd ask for a loan, pension fund loan.
Mm-hmm.
Hoffa would direct you to Russell Buffalino's store in Pittston, Pennsylvania. Russell sold draperies and Venetian blinds and apartments. And you go there and you say, I want to build a casino. I need $17 million, which you could do in those days.
That's right.
And Russell said, add 10% to that, and you got your loan. And the 10% then was split by Jimmy and Russell.
And you're right. Hoffa made money for the pension plan and probably made a better return lending it to the mob than he would have in the stock market, for example.
Well said. That's exactly how it happened.
He goes to jail. He gets commuted eventually by Richard Nixon. And part of the deal is, of course, as you've pointed out, that he could not run for the Teamster presidency anymore. Frank Fitzsimmons, who was his right-hand man, he was playing the game with the mob himself, and the mob didn't want any changes. Well, my impression, Charles, was that Jimmy saw the light, at least when I talked to him back in May of '75, and he wanted to go straight in order to regain the presidency again, and the mob didn't want him in. Am I pretty right about that?
You're pretty right that he was making threats, that he was going to expose the mafia influence in the Teamsters under Frank Fitzsimmons. Frank Fitzsimmons was a kind of roly-poly guy who loved to play golf. He didn't take his union duties seriously. And Hoffa put him in charge of the union when Hoffa went to jail because Hoffa knew he could control Fitzsimmons from jail. What Hoffa didn't bet on was that the mafia could control Fitzsimmons as well. and Fitzsimmons was afraid of the mafia. So he gave out loans to people that were unhealthy loans, that were not properly secured, that didn't get properly paid. I don't know if you remember the scene in Goodfellas where a restaurant becomes under the ownership of the Paul Vary character.
Let's talk about that, Charles. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come right back. I heard you paint houses. Next hour, we'll take phone calls with Charles Brandt. It's an amazing story about the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. We will take your phone calls next hour with Charles Brandt as we talk about his work. I heard you paint houses. This will be a Netflix movie called The Irishman. We'll talk with him about that as well when we come back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Couple live events coming up. Circle your calendar. May 11th, we'll be in Columbus, Ohio for our live stage show. Looking forward to it at the Lincoln Theater. I'll tell you how you can get your tickets in a moment. Rosemary Ellen Guiley, who will be our later guest tonight, is going to be one of our guests at the live event with a live band, a meet and greet. It's just a fun, great event. It's a smaller theater than we're used to. These tickets are going really fast, so don't get left out. You can get your tickets a couple ways. One, go to events at coasttocoastam.com right at the top of the homepage, or click the picture of the events in the carousel reel, and you can just go right online and do it. Remember the date, May 11th, or you can call the Ticket Center. It's called the CAPA, C-A-P-A Ticket Center. That is 614-469-0939. 614-469-0939. It's the Lincoln Theater in Columbus, Ohio. Then, of course, March 23rd, we'll be in Everett, Washington for our live show. This is a huge theater, and it's already sold out by half. So you've got a little ways to go, so don't get left out. Again, events at coasttocoastam.com to get your tickets, or in the carousel reel. Or here's a phone number for the historic Everett Theater. That's where the event will be, 425-258-6766. 425-258-6766. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Charles Brandt with us. His book, I Heard You Paint Houses, about Frank the Irishman Sheeran. And we'll get into that story. It's an amazing one. Charles, you were talking about the Goodfellow scene at the restaurant. I'll let you pick it up from there.
Well, I was trying to make the point that what they were doing in the guise of owning that restaurant was actually defrauding the people and running the restaurant into the ground. And that's what Frank Fitzsimmons was doing with the mafia. He gave them whatever they wanted. They could rely on him for bad loans. I'd like to just jump in here for a minute, for a second, if I can. We got some really good news today.
Okay, tell us.
It was an interview by Bob De Niro, and he said, quote, "It started over 11 years ago with a book called I Heard You Paint Houses, which is really what the title will be. Everyone refers to it as The Irishman."
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the title, and Marty wants to use that title, which I like better, really.
I do, too. It makes sense, and it's tied into the Hoffa story. When does the movie finally come out, Charles?
It's scheduled for November of 2019. They're editing it now.
Okay. I really look forward to it because, you know, many of the players involved, not the actors, but the case studies in your book and in the movie, I went through that entire grand jury procedure in Detroit when they were doing the Hoffa investigation. Thomas Andretta, Buffalino, all those people were marching through that city like crazy, and we were covering that story.
You know who's going to play Bill Buffalino, not Russell. Russell being played by Joe Pesci. He was the boss, but Bill Buffalino was the mouthpiece. He was the lawyer. And in that grand jury in Detroit that you covered, Bill was the lawyer for all of them.
He was, yep.
Yeah, for Russell. Well, Bill Buffalino is going to be played by Raymond Romano, the actor.
Oh, that's a great part.
Everybody loves Raymond. Yeah.
That's a good movie. If I'm out in Los Angeles during the debut, I'm going with you.
Oh, now you're talking. And Harvey Keitel is in it. Paulie Herman, just terrific actor. Anna Paquin is in it.
Oh, it's going to be great. Let me ask you, Charles, why hasn't the FBI and the government finish this case with Jimmy Hoffa, especially with some of the admissions of Frank Sheeran in your book? Why haven't they closed this case?
They really can't, because there are the two conspirators that are still alive. One of them is Chucky O'Brien, who lives in Boca Raton, Florida, and the other lives in Las Vegas, Tommy Andretta. And as long as they're alive, it's an active case. And
Interesting.
FBI active cases don't get but I will tell you that the FBI subpoenaed my tapes, and we've had a lot of back and forth. In fact, when the paperback version came out in 2006, I was at a book signing at a bookstore, and a fella comes up to me and says, "Make the book out to Bob Garrity." And I said to him, "How do I know that name?" And he explained that he was the Hoffa case agent. He was the FBI agent in charge of the investigation for a few years.
Wow.
And we became friends. He said to me, "We always liked Sheeran for it. The Hoffa kids felt that the sun rose and set on Frank. Jimmy, when he was killed, he left behind a son and a daughter. His daughter was a family court judge in St. Louis."
That's right. Where I am right now, by the way, Barbara Crancer.
Barbara Crancer. And his son is now president of the Teamsters, James P. Hoffa.
And he's doing a good job, by the way.
Well, I think so.
Yeah, he's doing a remarkable job.
Yeah.
This case is baffling in it, but it has tentacles, Charles, because I think somewhere along the line, Jimmy Hoffa might have had some knowledge or was involved in the John F. Kennedy assassination. Sheeran, as you point out in the book, had some knowledge of the JFK killing. I mean, this case has tentacles everywhere.
It really does. It's huge. Let me back up and say the very first time I interrogated Sheeran, I interviewed him. We were together in his apartment, and we spent 5 hours together. And at one point, I asked him a question, and he answered it. I asked him, "What is the reason there were so many people involved in this?" He had already told me about the Andretta brothers and Giacalone and the different people that were involved in the murder of Hoffa. He already told me that night that Hoffa was shot in the head and that he had shot him. And we were working together on this information, and he, excuse me.
Yeah, that's good.
And he said that, well, the reason there were so many people involved in this, that way, if you go bad, you only know what you did. You don't know what the one before you did, and you don't know what the one after you did. And I said, I'll tell you something else. If you do this kind of a thing by yourself, you're liable not to live very long. And he said, no, if you're a lone cowboy, you're disposable. You have to be out of your mind to do this by yourself. But you're disposable, and you will be disposed of if you're a lone cowboy. And I said, innocently, like Lee Harvey Oswald. It was my frame of reference. Cowboy who didn't live very long. And Sheeran turned to stone. He said in a very deep, almost fearful voice, "I'm not going anywhere near Dallas."
Jesus.
I'm thinking, Jesus, I don't want to go anywhere near Dallas. I signed up here to talk about Hoffa and Hoffa's disappearance, but who knows what I'm getting into with that kind of a comment.
Mm-hmm.
And so I changed the subject. I went back to the original line of thinking, and I said, so in other words, it's an assembly line, Frank. It moves along and as an assembly line. And he grunted, and that was it. And that was it for 8 years. It took him 8 years to come back to me to want to continue our conversations. Frank was a very serious Irish Catholic, raised by a father who'd gone to the seminary and gone into the priesthood, but never made it as a priest, and a mother who went to Mass every morning. Frank had gone off to war. He enlisted before World War II started, and he spent 411 combat days in rigorous fighting overseas in Patton's army. And when he was ordered to kill Hoffa, he was ordered to do it because the mafia knew that he was so close to Hoffa, he was the only one who could get Hoffa.
That's right. He loved Hoffa. It was like a father to him almost.
He loved Hoffa. Just as Frank and I learned to love each other. When he returned 8 years later, we then spent 5 years together. I went to social clubs with him. The book details all of this, the various people that I met. And as I said, he talked to me as if I were one of his own.
Was it weird for you, Charles, knowing what you knew after he told you things?
Well, when he told me about I'm not going anywhere near Dallas, I was happy that he didn't return to me. He told me that he didn't want to have anything more to do with it. And I was kind of happy because I didn't want to get into this JFK thing. But when he returned, a number of people had died, a number of gangsters had gone to jail, and I felt it was okay. And he returned, and he was sincere, and he very sincerely began by telling me a big fat lie, which I had to get. When people want to confess, it's their souls that want to confess, their hearts that want to confess, but all the cells in their body don't want to confess. They don't want to go to jail. Your foot is saying, keep your big mouth shut, pal. I don't want you to walk me into a jail cell just because you want to get this off your conscience. But he did. He wanted to get it off his conscience. And when he did, in a final 5 years of interviews, all of them taped, the FBI has my tapes, and when he finished the last one, which was a videotape, he chose to end his life. He decided, without me knowing it, but in advance of that final interview, which was, as I said, on videotape.
Almost like a deathbed confession.
That's what he turned it into.
Yeah.
He stopped eating, and 6 weeks later, he was dead.
Do you think one of the reasons
I was a pallbearer, by the way.
You were? Okay. One of the reasons that Hoffa was killed, do you think maybe he was going to go public about the JFK assassination as well as everything else?
Well, if he did, it would have involved him, because he was involved, according to Frank anyway, what the book reports and what I believe and what is supported by corroborating evidence, including the JFK part, is corroborated by FBI reports that were released over an incident in 1989. And anyway, those things are corroborated, and Frank explained to me the role that unwittingly he played in JFK. He delivered rifles to an airstrip. He had no idea why he was doing it. He was just given that assignment. And in front of him, Russell Buffalino and Jimmy Hoffa went back and forth and talked openly about the mafia's involvement in JFK. When you look at the motive they had, here was Bobby Kennedy crucifying the mafia.
That's right.
Out there as an untouchable, as his brother's man out there. They went from something like 35 prosecutions before Bobby Kennedy took over, organized crime prosecutions, to over 300 at the time of John F. Kennedy's death.
They figured with Lyndon Johnson in as president, he'd toss out Robert F. Kennedy, and everything would go away.
No use for Robert F. Kennedy, and that's what happened.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what happened, and work backward from there. Jimmy Hoffa was reckless with his language when he was campaigning to take back the Union, claiming that he was going to get his hands on the records and he was going to expose the mafia's infiltration under Fitzsimmons.
Right, which, by the way, was really under Jimmy Hoffa, but he just exploited it a little better.
Yeah, he was and what Frank called it was puffing. He was just puffing. that was Jimmy's way. He was puffing. But, if you're in the mafia, you don't want to hear that kind of talk about exposing anything.
Exactly.
And so Hoffa, once he started talking like that, he had to go, if for no other reason than to keep discipline within the ranks of the mafia. You can't have people talking about exposing you without killing them.
What we were told back in 75, Charles, was that Jimmy Hoffa was supposed to have a peace pipe meeting with Tony Provenzano and Giacalone at the Marcus Red Fox restaurant in Michigan, in the Detroit suburb, that Chucky O'Brien, who was like family to Hoffa, it was almost like another son, was supposed to be driving him to the meeting, and they never showed up. And Jimmy got in the car with Chucky O'Brien, and off they went, and I assume to this house in Detroit.
Yeah, and with Frank Sheeran.
With Frank, because he trusted both of he trusted both of them.
Frank is the one that lured him into the car. Chucky was driving. They drove to a house on Beaverland Street, the house they were using for this hit. And Frank and Jimmy got out of the car. Jimmy walked into the house with Frank behind him, and Jimmy could tell right away that there was no meeting. He was led to believe that Russell was going to be there, and they were going to square this beef that Jimmy had with Tony Provenzano of New Jersey. And what was there for him was the end of his life.
He gets shot in the back of the head, right?
Shot twice in the back of the head by Frank the Irishman Sheeran, and Sheeran was never the same after that. He crawled in a wine bottle and never came out.
Weren't there blood tests eventually taken?
That's what made him free to talk to me, because when you confess something that's really bothering you, you literally feel better.
Yeah.
You literally get it off your chest. And then the interrogator reminds you, you feel better now, don't you?
It's like Edgar Allan Poe's Telltale Heart. I mean, the guy had to say...
That's a great analogy. That's a great story.
He had to do that.
Yeah.
Now, tell me about the samples of the splattered blood in that house that were taken.
Well, I will. Eric Shawn, who was a Fox News reporter, back in 2004, when the book first came out, he covered the story. He went to the scene, went inside the house, and he and his producer, Ed Barnes, decided to hire a forensic team to spray the floor in the hallway. And for blood, you spray something called luminol, and all blood has iron in it, the hemoglobin and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it lasts. The iron lasts. The organic matter does not. It degrades. It doesn't last forever, but it lasts a decent amount of time. So this forensic company came in, sprayed luminol, and they found blood in the exact pattern that Frank had described.
Now, did they ever DNA it?
When we found the house, when I drove him, and by the way, he was a Lincoln man, so you're a sponsor.
Yeah, exactly.
When I drove Frank, he was a Lincoln Continental man, and he had an additional tank in his trunk so that he would never run out of fuel. If he was under surveillance, the FBI would have to go get gas while he was still flying away.
He'd still get away.
Yeah. So anyway, he shot him twice in the head, and he left. But he was told by Russell Buffalino that the body was taken out the back. It was taken down the hallway and out the back, and then to a crematorium where Jimmy Hoffa was in an hour. He was gone,
never to be seen again. What about the DNA of the blood splatters?
Well, the DNA by then had degraded. There were, I forget the number, but because I wasn't involved in it, I just know about it. And there were maybe a dozen, I'll say. Provably, this is blood. One of it was male blood, but not Hoffa's. The rest of it, the DNA had degraded. So Fox News, Eric Shawn, and his producer in the news reports on it have relied on the spatter, on the pattern of blood that was found in that hallway.
Stay with us, Charles. We're going to take a break at the top of the hour here. We'll come back and talk more about I Heard You Paint Houses, and we'll take phone calls with you of the incredible story of Frank the Irishman Sheeran talking to Charles Brandt about his involvement in the Jimmy Hoffa murder. We'll be back. Thank you for listening to Coast AM on our official YouTube channel. I'm your host, George Norrie, and don't forget to visit the Coast Insider membership area on coasttocoastam.com, where you can access our past, upcoming, and classic shows. Hello and welcome to Coast AM's official YouTube channel. I'm your host, George Norrie. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel. And you can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and of course, on Coast AM. Giorgio Sucralose. Giorgio's the one with the tall hair, remember? Well, he's next on Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast. I'm George Norrie, an hour with Giorgio Sucralose. Giorgio, of course, may be the real-life Indiana Jones, a trailblazer when it comes to thinking about the ancient astronaut theory. He's the publisher of Legendary Times, and you know him as well as being on Ancient Aliens. And here is Giorgio back on Coast. Giorgio, how are you?
Very well. How about you, George?
Good. It was great seeing you in Minneapolis at the Paradigm Convention. I had a great time. Great supporters, people out there who like what you do, love Coast to Coast. I had a great time.
Yeah, the Paradigm Symposium was absolutely amazing. Scotty Roberts and Micah Hanks, they did an incredible job, especially considering that it was a first-year event and they had over 500 people there, and everybody was excited to be there. The speakers were amazing, and just the overall energy, as you felt, was quite extraordinary.
Ancient Aliens gearing up for another season, Giorgio, season number 5. Everybody's excited about that. There are a few critics of the ancient alien theory, though, aren't there?
Of course, and there always will be critics because in the end, it's an idea that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. And you know, that's all right because all we do is we ask questions. And the moment you scratch below the surface, you'll realize that not everything is the way we're being told in history books.
Well, that's absolutely true. You know, so many people have been watching you on Ancient Aliens, and it grows. It's becoming almost like a cult-type show these days. What kind of feedback do you get, Giorgio?
Well, I think it's truly amazing because when I used to go to conferences back in the day when I was really, really young, the average age of conferences was about 110. And now, because of Ancient Aliens, the popularity among the young kids has, put that age down to, 25, 30. And so whenever I go out, or tonight I spoke in San Diego, I, look into the audience, and there's a whole bunch of young kids that are now into this, and to me that's incredible vindication, especially when I hear that some students have been in an exploratory program in college, but because of Ancient Aliens, they have decided to major in archaeology, anthropology, or art history, because those kids will be the professors of tomorrow, and I'm very proud of that.
Giorgio, do you find that some people who really enjoy the ancient astronaut theory are wrestling with their own religious beliefs?
Potentially. But at the same time, you see, if you subscribe to the idea that extraterrestrials exist, then that does not negate the idea of God at all. In fact, it makes everything even more magnificent because right now, what we're being taught by both science and also by the religionists or by the theologians is that we are the only game in town, that we're the greatest that there ever was. But to me, the fact that extraterrestrials exist, and they're not only as advanced like us, but also potentially even more scientifically and technologically advanced, that means that creation is even more magnificent than what we're being told, because it means that the universe is teeming with life. And that is most certainly a part of creation, which in my opinion is the universe, and that is God.
Giorgio, last night on my program, I had an expert on giants and fossils. And as we were talking, He was telling us his belief system, why he believes that there were huge giants, humankind on this planet. And then right toward the end of the hour of the show, he talked about how he believes this planet is only 6,000 years old. And he was pretty adamant about that. I think you would say it's much older.
Yes, and I understand that there are creationists out there who subscribe to that idea, and then the argument that you hear back when you ask, well, how come then there are strata, and how come we have a fossil record and things like this, and then when I'm told, well, God put it there, that's a fairy tale. It's wishful thinking, because we cannot completely slam the door in science's face. We know that our history is way older than just 6,000 years, and but if somebody wants to subscribe to the idea or the concept that the Earth or everything has been created 6,000 years ago, we have to come to acceptance with that, because certain people believe certain things, and each and every person, it's their own right to think whatever they want, because in the end, it's everybody's individual choice. And who am I to say that if you want to believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old, that you're wrong? I mean, according to science, they are. But at the same time, if they don't subscribe to physical science, then there's absolutely nothing we can do. And that is what we have to come to grips, that there are certain people that follow different paths, including, people who follow this path or that path. We just have to accept each other for the ideas that we all believe in. And that's the only way that this planet will ever finish with all of its quarreling that's currently going on.
Well, and I was pretty explicit with him. I asked him, I says, are you saying to me that the planet is 6,000 years old as a whole, or that just civilizations are relatively new, 6,000 years? And he said, no, I'm talking about the formation of the planet. It's 6,000 years old. And that's pretty tough to comprehend, isn't it?
It is. But at the same time, you have to we have to look at the reason why they would subscribe to such an idea, and then it all comes down to religion and faith and belief, and and that's a pretty powerful thing. And this is why I'm often telling people a lot of times that with the ancient alien theory, you don't have to believe a thing, because all the stuff that I personally talk about, you can go out there and you can check up on the facts. You can go and walk around amongst the ruins of Pumapunku. You can walk around the pyramids and see that they have been aligned towards Orion's belt and things like this. And so, the stuff that I talk about personally is quite tangible stuff. And, so if somebody wants to think that, these things were created in the last 5,000 to 6,000 years, that is their choice. And, that's just simply the crazy planet that we live on right now.
Giorgio, on the panel in Minneapolis, we were talking about disclosure, and you went contrary to a lot of people there. You believe disclosure will happen, don't you?
Well, see, here's the great misconception about the disclosure movement is that people think that disclosure is one event, that one day there will be a White House press conference in the Rose Garden, and they will make the announcement in that sense. However, I think that disclosure is more of a process. It's a process in which people are, made familiar with the idea that not only are we not alone in the universe, but that they're here and they have been here in the past as well. And so, to me, disclosure is an ongoing process, and we are in the middle of it. And that is why, if you look at Hollywood or all the movies that are coming out and TV shows, the great majority of them are based on science fiction that explore life on other planets and our potential interaction with them. And I think that is, not in a deliberate manner, but at the same time, it is part of the idea that the great unwashed masses are being prepared all around the world that, hey, we are not alone, because if and when they show up tomorrow, it would be a complete shock. It would be people would freak out because, listeners of Coast to Coast, obviously, they would be welcoming this whole idea or this idea of official contact. But unfortunately, we are still in a minority, even though, the numbers of Coast to Coast are growing. More and more people are tuning into ancient aliens, and more books are published and TV shows and podcasts and movies. But I think that we are in the middle of disclosure, and the whole 2012 idea in my opinion, is about the fact that we are finally opening our eyes to see that our past is different than what we're being told.
And, talking about 2012, it's right around the corner, that December 21st date, Giorgio, which will be a Friday night. And we're going to have a number of guests pop on the show. You're invited, of course, yourself. And I think a lot of people are expecting on that date the clock to strike midnight and something horrible to happen. I don't think that's going to be the case.
Not at all. And I'm glad that you've just mentioned this, because that, to me, is exactly what will happen. Nothing. The only thing that we'll have to worry about is the giant hangover we'll all have on the 22nd of December. And, so I will definitely make sure that I will call in on that evening. But personally, I will be hosting a Prevent the End of the World party at the Sugar Mill in New Orleans on the 21st of December with a whole bunch of musicians and acts. And we've got one great national headliner, and we will be making the announcement next week who will be joining us. And it's going to be an incredible party, and I hope that everybody will make their way to New Orleans, because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And in order to prevent the end of the world, we'll hold this party in order to appease the gods.
And while I was with Georgie in Minneapolis, he said, George, you're in St. Louis right now, aren't you? And I said, yeah, as you know, I broadcast in L.A. and St. Louis, soon to be a little Hawaii. And he said, well, you're going to be in St. Louis on the 28th of October, aren't you? And I said, yeah. And he said, well, guess where you're going to be? And I said, I'm going to be in St. Louis. And he said, oh, no, you're going to introduce me at my event in St. Louis. So Giorgio captured me, and I'm going to volunteer, and I'm going to go down there. He's going to be at the Sheridan St. Louis City Center on this coming Sunday. He's got a meet and greet that starts at 5 o'clock, but his event starts at 7 o'clock. If you're interested, there's a link at Giorgio, your website. Would you give that out, please?
Yes, it is facebook.com/Giorgio Tsoukalos fans, and also my Twitter at Tsoukalos. And if you're interested to get tickets directly, simply go to legendarytimesbooks.com. At the very top, there's a link to the ticket location where you can print out your own tickets. And this will be the first time that I will be speaking in St. Louis, and I'm really honored to have you introduce me, and we'll hang out, and everybody will have a good time, and I will show you guys pictures that have never seen before. And I really look forward to meeting a whole bunch of new fans in St. Louis.
There's quite a buzz about you being in town, Giorgio. We're going to come back in a moment with Giorgio Tsoukalos. We're going to take your phone calls with him next on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast. I'm George Norrie. Giorgio Tsoukalos with us, of course, from Ancient Aliens and Legendary Times. We'll take your calls as well. Giorgio, before we take calls, your thoughts on a divine creator?
Well, that, to me, I'm always startled or unnerved when people say to me, you're the one that thinks that ancient aliens were here in the past, so that makes you an atheist. And nothing could be further from the truth, because like I explained earlier, the fact that extraterrestrials exist makes creation even bigger. And so the idea that there is this all-encompassing force that permeates the entire universe means that we're all part of the great divine. And that, to me, is more of an apt description of God than what we're being told, because whatever or whoever was described in the Old Testament, for example, wasn't God at all, but it was, in fact, a misinterpreted, misunderstood extraterrestrial who visited Earth in the remote past as a space traveler, and not necessarily as a creator in that sense, because that, to me, is the universe. And ETs, even they have the same questions about life after death, about God, about, philosophy, all those different things. It's not like they have figured it all out. I mean, there's problems out there, too, not just on planet Earth.
Well, but somewhere along the line, as you just mentioned, everybody's baffled over who created them. Regardless of the steps involved, someone at the end, Giorgio, has got to have been created by the Supreme Being, right?
Of course, absolutely. And this is why you don't have to lose your belief in God in all of this, because I'm always, asked jokingly, so what? We've had help from aliens, so then did the aliens also have help from aliens? Ha, ha, ha. And the answer, of course, is yes. But if you spin this game backwards to the very beginning, if, of course, there was a beginning, then for all intents and purposes, that is the definition of God. That is the beginning. That is the creator. Or however it started, but that initial spark, whatever it was, that, in my definition, that would be God. Absolutely.
To the phones we go. Sean, first-time caller in Jackson, Tennessee. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you with us, Sean. Go ahead.
Thank you, George. I had a question about the strata and the fossil record being an indication of the age of our planet. I read a textbook one time, just leisurely almost, and it indicated that the fossil record would only be possible if metric tons of Earth were moved by an incredible power, and the indication being a major flood, which we all understand is part of the Earth's record. So what's interesting is to use the fossil record as a way to date the Earth. Your thoughts?
Well, and as my guest last night, Giorgio, used those fossil records, and that's basically how he contends we're 6,000 years old.
Right, and of course I've heard these ideas and I've heard these theories, and my question is, how come mainstream geologists working at universities do not agree with those notions? I mean, are they all crazy? I don't think so. And so, the different levels of strata that we can find, the different layers that we can find, that stuff was placed there deliberately. It sounds a bit, I don't know, it's just not, a case can be made for any argument, and I think we all understand that. And so, I really do think that there's a certain line that we have to draw. I mean, there are things in the ancient alien theory, for example, that I personally do not agree with, even though they are considered to be sometimes the smoking gun. Like we all know that these carvings at the Abydos temple at Dendero that look like a
submarines, helicopters.
Exactly. Now, I personally think that they're not what they look like, because they were basically two hieroglyphics that were superimposed on top of each other because one ruler or one pharaoh did not like what his father pharaoh wrote there, and so he superimposed it with his own hieroglyphics on top, thus creating something that looks like a helicopter, looks like a tank. But was it a helicopter? Was it a tank? In my opinion, no. And, but that does not negate the entire ancient alien theory. See, people have this weird notion that if one item turns out to be false, that negates the entire theory. And I'm of the conviction that the more false pieces of evidence you eliminate, the stronger your theory becomes.
Okay, let's go to John in St. Louis. John, you're up with Giorgio Tsoukalos. Go ahead, John.
Good evening, the two Georges. Yasu.
Kalispera.
Go ahead, John.
I'm so excited. I got to be up early in the morning, and I heard you on, and I just had to call in because I think that this is such a fantastic time of reconnection, because with the internet and with science and everything coming together, there's so much information for somebody like you, Giorgio, to be so young, because obviously you're like a crystal child or a indigo child. You're awakening the world. You're ringing the bell of truth. And the facts are right in front of us to see and to touch. So I'm just really grateful for your work. It's fantastic. And I thank you for making George Noory. People know him on the radio. They know his voice. But now, through Ancient Aliens, they really you and he and your hairdo are just so famous. It's all we're talking about out here. And there is a cult. I just turned 59. I think my young friends here are just so excited about what you're doing. So I was wondering
Thank you very much. You're making both of us blush here.
If you've got a time, this is a time reconnection. What do you know about the reawakening of the Eye of Horus within the reawakening of the DNA within ourselves that connects to our chakra system and awakens us to the awareness of all that we've been? Could you explain the Eye of Horus?
I cannot explain the Eye of Horus because I have not heard of it, and there's certain things that even I have not heard before, so I will most certainly look into that. However, what I can tell you is that our DNA, our genetic makeup, is a crucial part of the ancient alien theory, because I don't think that we'll ever discover a crashed UFO inside a pyramid, or some type of a laser gun or something like that dating back to 5,000 years ago. But what we find is we will find portions in our DNA that currently about 92% of our genetic makeup is considered to be genetic junk by the geneticists. However, just because we don't know what this 92% consists of doesn't mean that it necessarily is junk. It could be, but personally, I tend to lean more towards the idea that we know that DNA is the most powerful data storage device that is known to man. And so it is possible that a message is embedded within all of our genes, and that ultimately those genes will be activated. And so the whole idea of our DNA being activated, or that our DNA is a key to our cosmic origins, I am 100% for that. So I will definitely check out what you just mentioned earlier.
Giorgio, aren't you beginning to feel with people wherever you go, your speaking engagements, events, picking up things from ancient aliens, that people are feeling this awakening, as caller John was saying, that there is some kind of global awareness and it's growing by leaps and bounds? Are you feeling that? Are you sensing that?
Absolutely, and I see it in the smiling faces of everyone that I meet, because it's as if they finally have found a friend that they can talk to, and it's so wonderful that the show has become a success, because it means that you no longer have to be in the closet to talk about these things, because all we do is we ask questions. And of course, these questions are uncomfortable, but that is what we are that's who we are as a species. We ask questions. Otherwise, we would remain stagnant for hundreds and thousands of years. And so that, to me, is most certainly, and as you've observed beautifully, is the paradigm shift that we are talking about, that there is a change in paradigm going on right now, because the mainstream answers are no longer satisfactory, because the moment you start scratching the surface, ordinary answers no longer make sense. And that's a good thing, because that is how we have become the society that we are today. If we would have never asked questions, and if we would just always been satisfied with the status quo, well, then we would still be the same people from 5,000 years ago. And that certainly isn't the case.
Let's go to Mike, South Milwaukee. Mike, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, George and Giorgio. How are you doing tonight?
Good,
Very well. Thank you.
Very well. That's good. I have a quick comment. If there's aliens, we should be happy because there's a creator, That's how I take that. I mean, we shouldn't be afraid. I mean, we know there's a God then. I mean, there is a God. I mean, but that's one thing. And then I have three quick things. I want you guys to be able to come to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That would be great. I've yet to see you guys. So if you come a little bit closer up the Midwest there, that'd be great. And then also, with you, Giorgio, do you think with Mars, with that the exploring thing they're doing up there,
mm-hmm.
do you think they would hold information from us? And also, do you think they'll find something that whatever, some sign of life? I mean,
all right, those are good questions.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Some of the NASA folks say absolutely not. If we get good information, we're telling the public. What do you think, Giorgio?
That is certainly a possibility. However, we have to keep in mind that there is a certain order of when items are discovered. There's a certain order that has to be followed, unfortunately, before it is actually released. And this is why when we have whistleblowers and things like that, they're showing incredible civil courage by standing up and not following protocol. And so, we all have seen what happened with the face on Mars. That clearly the original picture showed a face on Mars, and then later, we were shown a more detailed picture of that area, and the face was gone. So, I really don't know what to think of all that stuff exactly, but at the same time, we should keep our minds open, and we all have to remember that in the end, everybody who's working in any given job, we're all human beings, and we one day have to realize that we're all on this planet together, and the people have the power. It's not the individuals. And so, to me, that's always so incredible that people seem to lose sight over these things, because the Arab Spring, for example, didn't happen because of different, plans and stuff like that, but it was because of the Internet, and it was people connecting with each other. It was the people who made the change, not the politicians. So in the end, it's always the people who will win or make the change in the end. And it seems that especially in the United States, we have forgotten that the power lies with the people and not vice versa.
I get 5 emails a week, Giorgio, about your hair. I might as well ask you about it. One, how do you get it up so high? How do you spike it? And how did you decide to do that?
I lead a very frazzling, harrowing life, and so I'm perennially on.
You always look that way, though, right?
No, but it was sort of a mistake where I was told I have to be ready for an interview at 9 a.m. and then I didn't check my email that my call time instead of 9 a.m. was 8 a.m. And so they basically dragged me out of bed, and here we are. Everybody loves the hair, and it's all good. I mean,
it's your thing.
Yeah, if my hair gets people to talk about aliens, what better thing? Come on, it's fantastic, and all the memes, I love them all. They're absolutely fantastic. I have come to one conclusion, and that is I do have the best fans in the world, and I love them all.
When you travel, when you come to St. Louis on Sunday, is your hair going to be the same way?
Of course. Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way, because that's what people want to see. That's what people want to take a picture with. Sometimes, some people want to take, maybe they want to touch it and things like this. So they want to be close to the hair. So, yes, I am definitely bringing my hair, and it will be in top form.
David in Los Angeles, you're on with Giorgio. Hi, David.
Oh, this is Dave in Pleasant Hill.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, how you guys doing? Hi, Giorgio. Hi, George.
Hi.
Well, geez, you guys have covered almost everything. I don't know what to say now. But anyway, you were talking about your show earlier, Giorgio and George. I've seen both of you guys on there, and we love the show. And listen to Coast to Coast all the time, a long-time listener.
Thank you.
And I've called 5, 6, 7 times. And I still want to get together with your friend Billy Gibbons. Is Billy Gibbons?
Oh, yeah, Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. One of the greatest guitarists ever.
Yeah, I played guitar on your show one night, Joel.
I remember that. That's right.
Yeah, do you? Anyway, your show, Ancient Aliens, is on the cutting edge, as far as, the disclosure program, and it kind of helps out in subtly letting some info out like that. But, I think that I'd like to see something like Andrew Basiago and Project Pegasus come on there or something like that along those lines. Or even more.
Let me bring that up for a second. Andrew has this. He says that since he was a young boy, he was teleported to Mars in a special program with a number of other people. It's a wild story, Giorgio.
Sure.
Is it too wild for Ancient Aliens?
Nothing is too wild, because we should always leave open the idea for a possibility. Because we would be remiss to dismiss things out, from the very get-go. And that is the big problem that we have in mainstream science today, that everybody thinks that they have the key to the truth, and that all the mysteries have been solved, when in reality, nothing has been solved. If you look at a textbook that was printed at Yale University 100 years ago, that book was printed because it contained the defining knowledge of that period in time. However, if you look at that book today, we can all agree that a great majority of those things written in that book, if it's, of course, science-related, then they no longer hold true. And that will be the same thing with us, because, of course, we have achieved an incredible standard of technology, and we have
my way back. Gotta find my swampy home. Gotta find my way back, back to the swamp where I belong. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Gotta find my way back. Gotta find my Louisiana home. Gotta find my way back, way down south where I belong. Been 10 years in prison. Mama, I'm coming home. Where the bodies in the swamp were hidden. Mama, I'm coming home. No, I took the money. I took the money and I hid it good. No, I took the money, buried it deep out in them woods. 10 years in prison. Mama, I'm coming home. Where the bodies in the swamp were hidden. Mama, I'm coming home. Gotta find my way back. Gotta find my swampy home. Gotta find my way back, deep in the swamp where I belong. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Oh yeah. Get that crawfish pie ready, Mama. And that dilly gumbo. You don't know what I've been eating.